Mind be purged, world be saved.
Okay, so I'm live. So we'll probably play some Starfield and Star Rail later on. I just need to get through some of the Fontaine content in Genshin Impact because I haven't been doing much with Genshin Impact and it is preventing me from being able to progress. So, hey, good evening. So I'm just going to go through this just as always. If we want to discuss technology stuff, we can. I just need to get caught up on some of these games that I haven't been neglecting. Because it's like, Genshin in particular, I haven't really done anything except log in and do dailies. And I really want to unlock... I just need to finish the current story in this game so that I can actually start doing dailies in the new region. So I'm not too far behind. And then we're probably just going to play a lot of Starfield once I get through this. So this shouldn't take too long. So, yeah, I decided... I figured if I am going to try to play through these games, I might as well just live stream. So it kind of forces me to complete them. So, Starfield's queued up. I did test Starfield on 4 different computers. Well, okay, technically 5, but I don't have the 5th one recorded yet. But so today I uploaded the 7900 XTX and the Ryzen 9 performance numbers for Starfield for New Atlantis. So tomorrow there will be another one, and then Sunday there will be an upload, and then Monday there will be an upload. Actually, let me think that through. Yeah. And then I'm going to be doing another one for Tuesday. I need to set up that machine, and then I need to start testing Intel, Arc, and some other GPUs at lower resolutions. So that's what's coming down the pipe. If you're curious as to what I'm going to showcase for Starfield. NVIDIA needs to release a new driver. The thing is, they already signed off on the driver, though. Right? Like... as far as I know, NVIDIA was the very first one to put a driver out. From my experience with the 4090, I have tested Starfield on the 4090, and it runs fine, from what I can tell. But I can only assume that, you know, 4060, 3060, etc., all the older stuff and all the lower-end stuff, they're probably struggling. Your GPU usage, I noticed, was high, but the power draw is around half or what it should be on the 4090. The driver doesn't change performance from older drivers. Yeah, but they signed off on it, though. So they... yeah, I mean, I guess they'll do something, but I don't really know if they will. From what I understand, the AMD and NVIDIA already are kind of maxed out on the game. It's Intel is the one that... from people... I've talked to a couple of people, and what I understand is Intel... like, even you were telling me that Intel is... kind of working on something, but the other two, I don't really know. I think they're both kind of done with Starfield. I tested the 4090 with the 7950X3D. So that video, just kind of a preview of what's going to be the next upload on the channel. It will be the 7950X3D with the RTX 4090. Exact same test scenario that I showed with the XTX. It's the same running through New Atlantis. I'm looking at the performance at 4K with Ultra preset. So it's going to be the same exact thing. Only the difference is the CPU is different and the GPU is different. But what I've noticed, though, is the 3D Vcache, the X3D CPUs, they don't seem to really... like, Starfield doesn't really benefit from them nearly as much as other games do. Because well, I'm not going to spoil the video, so you'll see tomorrow when the video goes up how the X3D handles the game compared to the standard 7950X. And this one's going to be paired up with a 4090, so it's going to be a little bit different. 3090 can't get 1080p high 60. That's crazy. 13900K. So there will be a video showing the 13900K. That is actually queued up for Sunday. So now I'm kind of giving away all of my this is like spoiler alerts, but 13900K, I have tested Starfield with 13900K. So that will be an interesting video. That one will be Sunday. 13900K plus Radeon RX 7900 XTX. So it's going to be those two together in that video. So I'm going to change it up. Like there's an even more interesting video. So I guess what I'll say is Saturday you'll see 4090 plus the X3D, and then Sunday will be 13900K plus XTX, and then Monday is going to be a really, really weird. No one's going to be able to guess what comparison or what test will be shown on Monday. That one's going to be like, that's a secret. I'm not going to reveal that one because that one's completely off the wall. But I've got some other interesting ones lined up for later on in the week. So I need to test some of those. I'll be testing those tomorrow. So I've got content all the way till Monday already queued up. I need to test Intel, though. I mean, Arc. I haven't tested Arc at all yet because I was hoping that they would get some kind of driver out. But the longer I have to wait, you know, that's just going to delay the video. So what I'll probably do, I plan to show some lower-end hardware, like some RDNA 2 mid-range, some older Ryzen CPUs. Your guess for Monday is 750X3D plus XTX. Okay, well that's your guess. We'll see. We'll see if you're right. But I want to test more mid-range systems because my experience with Starfield has been flawless. I haven't had any issues. And, you know, aside from me using an old driver on the very first day of early access and running into a problem there. But other than that, you know, once I was on the correct driver, everything has been fine. And this applies to every system that I've tested. Currently I've tested 4 different configurations, and the game has been rock solid on all of them. Now that doesn't mean that the performance is rock solid on all of them, but it has certainly been a smooth experience overall. So that's the reason why I really want to test lower end hardware, because I feel like most of the complaints that I've seen are of people on lower end systems or older platforms, older CPUs, older GPUs, or sometimes what I consider unbalanced systems, like an old CPU plus a new GPU, or a new CPU with an old GPU. Well, usually it's old CPU plus new GPU. That one I've noticed a lot of complaints. I've noticed a lot of complaints of people saying that the game on a 6750 XT or a 6800 XT or a 4070 Ti is running very poorly. And then someone will reply to them, what CPU are you using? And they'll reply with like a 6700K Skylake, or, you know, like a 10600K, or a Ryzen 3600, or a Ryzen 3950X. You know, like all these old CPUs from like 2019 or older. And I'm thinking like these guys don't understand, you know, like the problem isn't really their graphics card. Unless they're playing at like 4K or something, then their problem definitely is the graphics card. But the problem is actually the CPU. Because this game, Starfield, is very CPU intensive in a lot of different areas. There's a letter. Am I supposed to grab this? So I got a lot of different like tests lined up for me to do for Starfield, which makes me think I should probably do, I don't know, I like being able to release videos that are dedicated to only one system, because I think I asked my viewers earlier this year, like, do you guys prefer side-by-side, like a bunch of stuff all, like, you know, side-by-side, like 2 or 3 different or 4 different CPUs and GPUs all side by side, or 4 different GPUs, etc. And I think the general consensus was they actually like it when there's a dedicated video with explanation rather than just like a side by side with like nothing, with no explanation. 10700K isn't that bad in Starfield. I actually think it is bottleneck though. Yeah, but that's still, you have to test in. There's 2 planets. There's 2 planets. Well, I mean, there's actually a third one, but I haven't unlocked it yet. You want to test in New Atlantis, and you want to test in that one place that's like a cowboy town. I forgot the name of it. It's on, I forget the name of the planet. It starts with an A. But you want to go to those places, because those places, especially in the middle of the day, or at night when there's a whole bunch of NPCs walking around, that's when you'll introduce the heaviest load on the CPU. Because you'll see a CPU, like a 16-core CPU, can go to like 40% utilization in that scenario. So I can only imagine what that looks like on an 8-core or a 6-core. Since Starfield is CPU heavy, I wonder if it cycles through RAM like Forspoken. Oh, it does. It is a pretty RAM intensive game. It's not like crazy RAM intensive, but it does use a lot of RAM. But it kind of depends though, because it's, in a lot of ways, it's kind of like Jedi Survivor, because when you're in the city, like you're in this big city like this, you have a lot of NPCs. This is going to use a lot more system resources, so the CPU does a lot more. Then you go outside into the, for example, like if we just go, let's just go do a daily real quick. Like if we teleport to a planet that is basically a desert world, or like a water planet, or just an uninhabited planet where they just have a mining thing, like out here in the middle of nowhere where there's nobody around. You know, like in this scenario, the GPU, it becomes the limiting factor. And actually, how am I supposed to even get up there? Why would it send me? This is dumb. I gotta go all the way on top of that mountain. But yeah, it's a very CPU heavy game. But the thing is, all Bethesda games have been like that, though. It's not like this is a first for Bethesda. Wait a minute, there's a treasure chest over here? I'm gonna take this. Just aggro everybody, just aggro everybody. I wish Starfield's combat could be like this game, though. This game has a more interesting combat system. It's funny, Genshin already has like more people talking about it than, than Starfield. Oh man. The game is definitely one, though, that I'm surprised. One thing that I am quite surprised about with Starfield, I would have thought that the 3D Vcache CPUs would have done better than they actually do. So a lot of people are saying, you know, like some of the Nvidia cards, like the 4090, should be doing better than it is. I also think the Vcache CPUs should be doing better than they are. Like the X3D CPUs, they're not actually doing... They're kind of behind where they should be, in my opinion. Like the dual CCD Vcache CPUs, those aren't actually doing that much better than the standard Ryzen CPUs. The Intel CPUs are doing well. Okay, see, it depends. It depends, because it's like the only Intel CPUs that do really good in Starfield are the ones that have access to DDR5. So that tells me that the game scales somewhat with RAM, with like the RAM bandwidth and frequency. So memory bandwidth actually matters, not only for the GPU, but the actual system memory bandwidth matters. That's what I've observed, at least. Because I tested with 13900, and I tested with X3D, and I tested with the standard Zen 4 16 core. And for the most part, at 4K, well, I don't want to spoil the videos too much, but what I'll say is, if you scale the resolution down, you'll notice that the 3D Vcache CPUs should be doing better than they are. It's almost like the game the game cycles through memory a lot more than other games, so it doesn't really benefit from the cache the same way most games do. Because it's weird. If you look at Baldur's Gate 3, Baldur's Gate 3, the difference between a 7950X 3D and a regular 7950X is like 20%. It's some ridiculous number. Like, it's crazy how much the Vcache, the 3D cache on the X3D CPUs benefit the... Here, actually, let me just show you guys. Like, let me find that old article if I can remember what it was. I think I saw it in like a message. So they did do. So Tech Power Up did do a Starfield review, but it doesn't really. That doesn't really tell me anything. 13900K was beating that by 25% on Starfield. Here, look. Let me find... Actually, I don't know where the article is anymore. Yeah. There's an article from some European website. I forgot the name. Was it Computer Base Starfield?
Missing me to death, I'm sure.
Was it this one? No. Can't find it. Starfield and Technology Test? I can't find the article. Is this it? It wants me to log in. I can't find it anymore. But what I was saying was, in Starfield, it doesn't really benefit from the Vcache. It actually makes a case for using 3D with process less. So maybe because the 7800X 3D does actually do better. But see, like in this game, see, like this is Baldur's Gate. These are the results from Baldur's Gate. See, like the 7800X 3D, 251, and then the 7950X 3D, 245, and even the AM4X 3D is 205. Then the 13900K, then the regular Ryzen, like the 7700X. They didn't test a 7950X, I think. Yeah, no, they didn't do that. But anyway, 7950X would be similar to the 7700X. So it just kind of goes down from there. But see, like this is an example of a game where the X3D, that extra Vcache, actually makes a difference in a significant way. Because look at the difference between the 7800X 3D and the 7700X. 161.5 versus 251.7. Like that's like 90 FPS increase just from going with the Vcache. So that this tells me that the way Baldur's Gate 3 was designed, it was designed where it is cache dependent. It's very cache dependent, and that's the reason why there's a huge uptick in performance here. And the difference between, and it applies to the Intel CPUs as well, because they only show the 13900. They don't show the 137 and the 136. Those will do worse than the 1300K. Mainly because the 13900K has more cache. It's got a larger L3 cache than the i7 and the i5. That is kind of the one thing that it does, because those E-cores, those 8 additional E-cores don't make a difference compared to the i7. But what does make a difference here is the cache. So you can see, you know, like this is more, Baldur's Gate 3 is more indicative of a regular expected behavior, in my opinion. Starfield doesn't really benefit from cache, which means Starfield is designed in such a way where it is more dependent on memory bandwidth as opposed to cache coherency. It's more like the game itself likes to load and store and read and write to memory more so than, you know, cycling things in cache, I guess. I'm not a designer, like I'm not a game designer architect in terms of like optimization, so I can't really comment too much on that. But from what I can tell, comparing Baldur's Gate's results with Starfield's results, clearly one game depends more on cache, the other one depends more on memory. Because the thing with the Starfield results is that if you run the RAM at lower speeds, the performance kind of like closes in. All of them tend to like bunch up together. Like they're all kind of bottlenecking each other because their RAM is all running at like, you know, 4800 or 4400. Like there was one, I can't remember where it was. I think it was the same website. PCGH. Let's see. PCGH. Starfield. Starfield RAM scaling benchmark. Hold on. Is it this one?
This is no time for distractions. Seriously, you have a great magician standing right here.
I don't know what, I can't read German, so I don't know what this says. Yeah, I can't read this because it's all in German. So anyway, I need to translate this page. No Starfield for Arc, according to Bethesda. Or Intel graphics cards are too slow. Wait, what? Man, where's their...
I wonder what my dear sister Lynette is doing right now.
Where's their Starfield results? Someone said they had a really good showing that showed that the Intel CPUs do good with memory. You posted some images in the Discord? No, but where's the... Oh, okay, this is Hardware Unbox's results. Hold on. So, yeah, but there was a better... there was a German website. I think it was the exact same website that did the Baldur's Gate test. The problem with Hardware Unbox is they have like way too many... I mean, it's good data. They have a lot of CPUs on here. But there's just like way too many to look through. So, yeah. See, the thing is with Starfield... So, let me... How do I share this in the... Copy link? Okay. So, wait. Is everybody seeing this? Am I showing the right stuff? I can't even... Okay, yeah, everyone's seeing this. So, it's kind of blurry, but what this shows is that the 13900K is significantly faster than the 13700 and the 13600, and then everything else, because it has a bigger L3 cache than the other two. So, that's why it's doing better than the other Intel CPUs. Because it normally doesn't have that much of a lead over the i7. And then the AMD ones are kind of capping out here. So the other thing, too, is... let me see. Did you have one for the i9 12? Oh, it's on there. Not 89. What I don't see in the... I guess they have it in the video somewhere. But the Intel 12th generation, their memory controller is not as good as the 13th generation. So they're not able to run the same... they're not able to run the RAM as well. They can't run... Basically, Alder Lake cannot run tighter timings with higher frequency. It's one or the other. You can't do both the way you can on Raptor Lake. So that's the reason why Alder Lake... This is the reason why a 12900K is doing 89 FPS, and the exact same CPU, aka 13700K, is doing 10 frames per second faster. Because Alder Lake and Raptor Lake are basically the same thing from an architecture point of view. The main difference is Raptor Lake has a better memory controller, so it's able to run tighter timings and higher speed. So again, this goes back to what I was saying earlier, where this game is very dependent on memory bandwidth. It likes memory bandwidth. You can try to reduce the latency as much as possible, but that's not going to help as much as memory bandwidth. The 13th generation has more L2 cache. Yes. Well, I mean, the L2 sort of makes a difference, but again, this game is still more memory dependent than cache dependent. Because if this game was cache dependent, the 3D V-cache CPUs would be doing a lot better than they are compared to the other Ryzen CPUs. Because notice here, the 7950X3D is doing 86, but the regular 7950X is literally only 1 FPS slower than it at 85. So that tells me that the game is not cache dependent. It's definitely memory bandwidth dependent. So the thing with the Ryzen CPUs in this title is the Infinity Fabric is running at 2 gigahertz, and that's basically all it does. So if your game is going to be very, very memory dependent, then you're kind of limited by the Fabric. So that is something that I'm expecting to see addressed with Zen 5 next year, because I think that is currently the Ryzen's Achilles heel. I feel like that is AMD's weak spot when it comes to their CPU architecture. They got to figure out how to improve the Infinity Fabric if they want to fix that sort of bottleneck. Because if the game, what we've seen here is that if the game is cache dependent, like with Baldur's Gate, for example, you get very good scaling with cache, essentially. But if it's not, if it's frequency, and well, it's not really frequency, it's more like it's memory dependent, then you get the Starfield results like this. So interesting how different architectures can benefit different game engines and implementations. So I find that kind of fascinating in a way. What's interesting is when you look at, and this applies to the older CPUs as well, because if you look at the Rocket Lake 11900K, it's doing 75, and then if we look at the other CPUs, so here are some other ones. So these CPUs,
So long as the audience thinks that seeing is believing, there's no limit to the
you can see all the Ryzen and the older Intels are doing right around 60 or below. See? So again, what's the common denominator with all of these CPUs that are only holding 60 or right underneath 60? The common denominator is the RAM. All of these CPUs that are running around 60 FPS, 60, anywhere from like 60, well, all the way down from 52, all the way up to like around 60. Well, I guess the 10700K, these are doing surprisingly well. And so is that X3D. But these CPUs are, well, Rocket Lake actually looks pretty good in this title. So these CPU, hold on, so the 10900 is up there. Okay. Well, the main thing I'm going to say here is all of these CPUs that are not doing as well as the CPUs shown here, the difference is these are DDR4 based platforms, whereas these are DDR5 based platforms, except for the ones that are at the very bottom of this chart. Those 11900 and 11700, those are DDR4. However, everything else on this list is DDR4, and then you have DDR5 over here. So again, the difference between DDR5 and DDR4 is memory bandwidth. DDR5 has way more memory bandwidth, and it's far more parallelized than DDR4. And that's the reason why you see these doing better. And again, like what this tells me is look at the ones that are using the first generation of DDR5. They're averaging around anywhere from 80 to 90 frames per second. And the ones that are using second generation DDR5 are anywhere from like 95 to 108. So again, it's a memory dependent game. Why do they say this XTX does better in Starfield than the 4090?
No time for distractions. Seriously,
because if you look at those two in a vacuum, just looking at Starfield, the 7900 XTX looks like it's basically the same performance as a 4090. So that doesn't track with the way it does in other games. That's the reason why people are saying that. so what's AH? So that is why you will test this with this. Wait, what's that? 13 Gen have more L2 than 12. Yeah, but that's not really the reason why they're doing better. They're doing better because their memory, like you can tune the memory on a Raptor Lake way better than on a Alder Lake. Alder Lake's DDR5 is similar to Ryzen 7000 DDR5. And that's why look at where Alder Lake looks. Look at how Alder Lake performs. 79 FPS on the i5 16 or the i5 12600K. 79 FPS. See, that's right up there with the Ryzen non-Vcache CPUs. And then you have 12900K at 89. That is, again, still right up there with all the Ryzen 7000 X3D CPUs. So, again, it's first generation DDR5 controllers that are in the 80s. And then you have second generation DDR5 controllers up there in the 90s. So no, you can't. You're playing Silicon Lottery if you can do that. I tried 12700K with Forspoken. It was not stable. I can't run 6400 on my 12700K. The best I can do on it is like 5200. So it really depends on your memory controller. I don't think that's stable. Do you know how many people have sent me like messages on the 13900K build that I did saying that their memory wasn't stable until... Well, okay, those people running 4 sticks of RAM, so I guess, you know, they didn't really have the right expectations. Well, that's why I made that video for 4 sticks of memory, because as soon as you run 4 sticks of memory, you can't do anywhere above... You can't... Like, the highest you can do on AMD with 4 sticks of memory is like 5200. Maybe. But that's like... That means you have a good IMC. Now, I know one guy who managed to get 5600. He managed to get 128 gigabytes on Ryzen stable at 5600 megahertz. I think he was going to try for 6000, but I never followed up with him to figure out what he got. I was actually thinking of overclocking mine, but with 4 sticks, it's just too time consuming to test stability, because like even with Forspoken, the problem with AMD, trying to test stability on AMD is really good at telling you if it's unstable within like 10 minutes of doing a benchmark. Whereas which is actually good, but then the problem with AMD is every time you change the memory, like if you try to overclock further or you try to underclock, the retrain takes a long time on 4 sticks of RAM. And with Intel, the problem with Intel is it doesn't tell you it's unstable within the first 10 minutes. So then you think that you're stable, but then it's like not stable after, you know, a bunch of different tests, or like a whole day can go by and you think it's stable, but then you start noticing that your Steam games have to keep getting verified. It has to verify the files. Or Genshin Impact, you log into Genshin Impact and it keeps saying verify the files, verify the files. That usually means you have unstable memory, and it's probably going to corrupt Windows at some point. So yeah, that's the reason why I don't really believe a lot of this 8,000 megahertz stuff, especially on Alder Lake. I highly doubt that that's stable at all. Maybe on a 13th gen, but not on Alder Lake. No way. Unless they're like burning their memory, they're basically electrocuting their memory to death with like 1.6 volts or something, which means their memory's gonna die after like 3 months. You know, or they've got active cooling, or they're doing something. Like the only way that it's gonna be stable is if you pump so much juice, electrical juice, through the RAM and the IMC. The VCCSA is probably cranked up with so much steroid voltage that CPU is not gonna last for more than like a year and a half. Unless that's like they're just pulling like an OC stunt for like a world record. But nah, that's not 24/7 stable. So that's not a daily driver. So it's like, no. Would I dare live stream with an 8,000 megahertz overclock on a 1200K? No, because it's like I don't want to blue screen the middle of the stream. You know, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna take that chance. So yeah, it goes back to what I was saying. The 13th generation has a second generation DDR5 controller, and Starfield is very memory dependent. Hence, you would expect the newest generation DDR5 controllers to do the best. So that's why it shows this. So it all kind of tracks. It all kind of makes sense to me. Like, none of this seems out of place. You know, all the DDR4 guys are doing down here because DDR4 doesn't have as much memory bandwidth. So, and I don't even know what Hardware Unboxed tested the DDR4 at. I'm guessing they did 3200 or 3600.
This is no time for distractions.
3200, for those that are wondering, 3200 DDR4 is equal to 5200. It's roughly equal to 5200, somewhere between like 52 and 5400 DDR5. And then 3600 is more like DDR5 6000, or maybe like anywhere between 5600 and 6000. So I don't know what Hardware Unboxed tested the DDR5. Actually, now I kind of want to watch the video because they went and did this. So hold on, let me find the video first.
I wonder what my dear sister Lynette is doing right now. Missing me to death.
Hardware Unboxed Starfield. What is this CPU? 44 CPU benchmark? Okay, so let me put this video on. Alright, let me mute them and then we'll look at this. Okay, I want to see his test setup. Okay, so he tested Ryzen with 6000. Okay, so that's like DDR4 3600. And then he did DDR4 3600 on basically everything else. And then he did 7200 on Intel. So, okay. So wait, so he did 7200 on 12th generation? Is he sure he did that? Is that right? Or is that a typo? That doesn't sound right to me. Because that doesn't... if he tested Alder Lake with 7200, Alder Lake should actually be tracking a lot better. If that's correct. I don't know if this is correct, guys. I think that might be an error. I have a feeling that the Alder Lake was probably tested with like 6000 or 6400. Because, look at this. Like, if Alder Lake is at 7200, as they claim, Alder Lake should be doing better than this. So I don't know if that's correct. Yeah, that doesn't look right to me. The 7200 for Raptor Lake looks correct, because that actually is how they're getting this result. So I might have to do my own video, actually. I might have to take my 13900K and test different memory speeds. So... because I have a feeling that this game scales with memory. You heard Ryzen 8000 will be significantly faster than the 7000 series. Do you think they upgrade the second? Yeah, it's gonna have a different DDR5 memory controller. I don't know exactly what they're gonna do because nobody really thought. No one knew what they were gonna do from Zen 2 to Zen 3. Because there's a famous picture. Let me find that picture. So this is what they did. So look, the thing with Zen 2 to Zen 3 is they unified the L3 cache so that one core that's reading data from the L3 cache, if that data needs to be available to another core, it would become available immediately as opposed to being separated. Like, for example, if the top left core needs to read something from L3 cache or fetch something, it does that. But then let's say the bottom right core needs the exact same data, but the problem is that data exists in the top level 3 cache, so it doesn't have access to it. It has to basically do a rewrite through memory and then just move it around. So you incur a latency penalty on Zen 2 by doing that. So with Zen 3, they unified that, and that's how they got that massive improvement from Ryzen 3000 to Ryzen 5000. Now, Zen 4 operates very similar to Zen 3 in terms of the L3 cache. So what are they going to do for Zen 5? I have no idea. But I would assume that they rework some of the memory controller and Infinity Fabric, the way that works. Either make the pipe larger or somehow make it more parallel. I don't know if they can actually make it faster. Because maybe it can run faster. Maybe it'll run at 3 gigahertz. Because I think that would fix a lot of the bottlenecks in the middle on the I/O die. But other than that, I don't really have any input on what I actually think they're going to do. Like, they're obviously going to do something because Zen 5 is going to be a new architecture. The way I think of it, you got to think of AMD's Zen architectures a lot like Intel's old tick-tock strategy. So Zen 1 was the what do you call it? It was the talk. It was the new architecture. Zen 2 was the node shrink because they went to 7 nanometer with Zen 2. Because they were on 14 nanometer with Zen 1, I think they went to like 12 nanometer for Zen Plus, but then they went to 7 nanometer on Zen 2, and that was known as the tick. That's the node shrink. Because the jump from Zen 1 to Zen 2 was not as big as the jump from Zen 2 to Zen 3. Zen 3 was the talk. The talk means new architecture. The tick means the node shrink. So Zen 2 to Zen 3 was 7 nanometer to 7 nanometer, so there's no die shrink, but there's a new architecture. So now look at Zen 4. Zen 4 is the tick. It means it's, well, actually, yeah, it's the tick because it's the node shrink from 7 nanometer down to, 5 nanometer, I believe, on Zen 4. So we went from 7 to 5 from Zen 3 to Zen 4. So that means Zen 5 is going to be the talk. That's going to be the new architecture. It's going to be the same node, as far as I know, unless it's like TSMC 4 nanometer or something. But that's not as big of a deal as like 14 down to 7. So what that means is expect Zen 5 to be a significant departure from Zen 4 because it's a new architecture. It's not a node shrink, or it's not a significant node shrink. So it's going to be more of like a Zen 2 to Zen 3 thing. Whereas Zen 3 to Zen 4 was more like Zen 1 to Zen 2, if that makes sense. So, yeah, Zen 5 will be a lot faster than Zen 4 for the same reasons why Zen 2 or Zen 3 was a lot faster than Zen 2. And the nice thing about it is you have socket compatibility. So basically, like next year, all I plan to do is get whatever the Ryzen 9 thing is and just do a drop-in socket upgrade on the Aorus Master. But yeah, going back to Hardware Unboxed. Yeah, this just means that it scales with memory. Just look, what's the thing? Okay, I don't know if I buy this about the Alder Lake thing being 7,200. I don't know if I trust that. This looks like a Linus mistake right here with the 12. I think 12 is actually 6,000 or 6,400, and 13 is running at 72. But I might be able to test that though. You know, like if I test 6,400 versus 4,800, what that actually looks like. So, let's see, what else do they show here? See, so like DDR5, if we take all of these numbers and you average all of them, the average is around 82 to 84 FPS. So that's the average of the DDR5 CPUs. Then you go look at all the DDR4 CPUs, you average all the DDR4, you're getting around 65, 66. So, you know, 65, we'll call it 65 versus 85. You're talking about a 20 FPS difference between DDR4 and DDR5. So you don't expect to see significant improvements in motherboards since they all use AM5? Yeah, I don't think the motherboards will be any different. I think what we'll see is more of them will have USB 4, and they'll be cheaper while including USB 4, because if you want USB 4 on a motherboard for AMD today, and this also applies to Intel, all of the motherboards today that offer USB 4 are like $500 or more. I mean, there's an ASRock B650E Taichi that comes with USB 4, and that's like a $360 motherboard. That's like the cheapest one, you know, that comes with USB 4. And that's because all of these USB 4 motherboards, for both AMD and Intel motherboards, they all require the Intel Thunderbolt controller. And I guess Intel's charging a premium for that chipset for both AMD and Intel. So what's going to happen next year is the Avermedia Thunderbolt, or the Avermedia USB 4 controller, is going to be available. It was supposed to come out last year, and I found out about this a few months ago. The reason why these motherboards were so expensive, like the Z790 and the X670, they're really expensive because of the because of the USB 4 controllers being included in a lot of the higher end boards. That's the reason why the Asus Crosshair is $700 and $1,000. That's why the Gigabyte Extreme, or the Taichi, is $500. The ASRock Pro Creator is $500, etc. That's the reason why they're so expensive. So I think next year you'll see motherboards that come with very similar port configurations, but they'll be like $200 cheaper, somewhere around there. So think of it more like what was a $500 motherboard today or last year is going to become a $300 motherboard next year, and so forth. So I would say you can sort of estimate like a $200 drop, depending on what performance tier motherboard, or I guess feature set motherboard, you're looking at today. So that's what I would expect, like a $150 to $200 drop across the board for like all the motherboards. Now that doesn't mean that Asus and MSI will with the Godlike. That doesn't mean that they're not going to have those premium overpriced boards. They're still going to do that regardless. But I think there'll be a lot more options for those that are deciding to wait and upgrade next year. But we'll see. I mean, Intel, the Raptor Lake refresh is going to have new motherboards, but I don't really think those are going to be any significant difference compared to the Z790 today. So I don't see how those will be any different. I still think
This is no time for
Z690 was a
distractions.
better deal
Seriously, you
than
have a great
Z790.
magician standing right here. You don't want to miss the best part, do you?
12th gen Intel can easily run 7200. I mean, I guess if you're only running like 32 gigs of memory or 16, but not really 64 or 128. Although, yeah, 128 now, like even Raptor Lake can't do 128 at high speeds. So, I mean, I tried to do it, and it wasn't stable. So, but what I want to see next year, what I really want to see, I want to see systems be able to do 4 sticks of memory at speeds like 6,000 or 6,400, because we don't have that today. I mean, we have it if you have single rank. If you're running single rank DIMMs, so like for example, if you're running, well, here comes paint, guys. Paint's coming out. Where's paint? Oh. Okay. If you're running 2x 16 equals, you can go all the way up to 8,000. You can go all the way up to 8,000 with this. If you have like a golden sample, right? You can even do 8,000 on AMD. I guess you can do it on Alder Lake. I mean, I don't really trust that to be stable, but I guess with that low density RAM, that low energy RAM, it could probably do 8,000. You know, but like, would I run this? No, I would never run that. That's trash. That's not enough memory. So next we go to 2x32. 2x32. On Intel, 2x32 can do like 7,200 megahertz. You can do this. In fact, on some really good ones, you can probably do 8,000 on 13th gen only. Can you do this on Alder Lake? I don't trust it. And when I'm talking about 8,000, see, we might be talking about two different things. When I say 8,000, I'm imagining 2x32. I don't even think of this. This is dead to me. I would never run that in my actual system. So it's like, that is garbage. This is the stuff that Microcenter gave me for free. And I'm currently not even using it right now. I might use it in the test bench computer because I could try to overclock it. But it's Samsung memory. So it's like, it's, as far as I'm concerned, it's basically e-waste, you know? So this is the only thing that I would think of. And I don't really think Alder Lake can do 64 gigs at 8,000, 24/7 stable, 16-hour Forspoken marathon. See, so I don't really think it can do that. So, and when I'm talking about stability, I'm talking like Forspoken, 8-hour play session, ultra settings, everything maxed, and no crazy overvolts. And you have to power limit the CPU. So, can it be stable with those conditions? Probably not. If not, then it's not worth even talking about. This talk about Zen 5 makes you feel Zen 4 not worth it. Well, Zen 4, well, it kind of depends on where you're at. Like, if you're somebody who is looking to upgrade now, you might as well upgrade now. Otherwise, you're going to be waiting until, 6 months from now, potentially. If not a little bit longer. Who knows? So, I don't know when Zen 5 is going to launch, but I would guess March is the earliest you can expect Zen 5 to show up. So it's going to be sometime between March and June of next year. I'm guessing. It can't. BuildZoid spent months trying to get 8,000 stable on 13th gen and gave up. Was BuildZoid... See, the thing with BuildZoid, though, BuildZoid is testing with the 2x16. Like, all of BuildZoid's overclocking that he does is on 2x16. That's fine if you're somebody who is only trying to do overclocking for, like, world records and stuff. That's totally fine. I don't have a problem with running 2x16 if you're just trying to do a world record. Like, you're trying to show that you can overclock and get it working. But you guys know, like, I always preach on my live streams, about practicality and using a system for more than just like a one-trick pony. You know what I'm saying? So like in my opinion, in 2023, 64 gigabytes of RAM is the recommended spec that I would go with. So meaning if everybody is saying 32 gigs recommended in the system requirements, if I see 32 gigabytes as the system recommended spec, that signals to me 64 gigs is the true recommended spec, and 32 is the false advertising, fake news kind of specification. So it's really 64 gigs or better. You're coming from a system with an i5 Skylake and no GPU, so I guess it's worth, but it's a big jump from Zen 4 to Zen 5, I guess. Can always get the... Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I don't know when the X3Ds will come out. I'm guessing, like, the X3D CPUs for Zen 5 are probably a year from now, if I had to guess. It's probably going to be a year from now. So if you want to wait a whole another year, I mean, you can. But it just kind of depends. But, like, 64 gigs is the recommended. Like, when I built Zen 4 last year, because it's almost been a year. Do you guys remember when Zen 4 launched? Zen 4 launched September 27th of 2022. It's almost 1 year old. I think a lot of people don't even realize that this platform is almost a year old. I'm not going to upgrade the CPU motherboard until I see Zen 5. Yeah, there's no reason to get... So, well, see, the thing is you could get Intel, but then, like, you have the 14th gen, but then you're kind of stuck. You know, like, I personally would not go with... Like, if I was going to get an Intel platform, I would just get the 13th generation, because the 14th generation... Well, I guess at this point you could probably just wait for the 14th generation, but it's one of those things where unless it's significantly more energy efficient, I don't see the 14th generation being worth it over the 13th generation. It's not really going to be significantly better. We already know that it's the exact same architecture. They're literally calling it Raptor Lake Refresh, which means that the difference between Rocket Lake... So if we put this into perspective, if Rocket Lake is here, and then Alder Lake was like... How do we want to show this? Alder Lake was like this much better, I guess. If this is 12, and then 13 is like this, then 14 is like this. Do you guys see what I'm saying? Like, this is 11. This is 12. This is 13. This is 14. So, you can see, like, the expected uplift from 13 to 14 is going to be even more insignificant than 13 was over 12. And 12 was pretty significant over 11. And 11 was not even really significant compared to 10. Because 10 was like... 10 was basically like this. This is 10. So, yeah, see? This is basically Intel's progression right here. So, the one that's going to be really interesting is 15. Because 15, we have no idea. This could be here, it could be here, it could be way up here, it could be... Well, I don't know about way up here, but it could be like somewhere, you know, like... somewhere around here in terms of how much better it will be. So no one really knows. It's the great mystery at this point. So yeah, I wouldn't wait around for 14. Like if you haven't upgraded to either of these by now, you might as well just skip 14 and wait for 15. Otherwise, you're going to have buyer's remorse because 15th generation is a brand new socket. We don't know if this will require a new liquid cooler or a new, like, mounting socket for the coolers. Because if you guys don't remember, 12th generation changed Intel's socket. So anybody who was using, like myself, I was using a Noctua NHD 14 from a decade ago. and that was not compatible with Alder Lake on day one. I had to get a retrofit, like a kit from adapter kit from Noctua, so that I could actually install my D14 on my 12700K. So knowing that that happened with this family of CPUs, who knows if the same thing happens to 15th. So that's why if you're remotely interested in 15th generation, you need to ignore the 14th generation, no matter how tempting it might be compared to how energy efficient it is versus the 13th generation. Because if you get 14, you're locking yourself into a dead socket. It doesn't go beyond this socket. We don't know if there's going to be incompatibility with the new socket on coolers. So if you buy a cooler for, Alder, Raptor, we don't know if it's going to work with the Arrow, Meteor, whatever the 15th generation is. It's a new socket, yes. Or just wait for 14th and then 13 gets discounted. Yeah, but see, the problem with that is I feel like if somebody was on these CPUs, if someone's on these CPUs, they should probably just skip all three of these, because they're going to have buyer's remorse if they go and buy this later this year, and then like all of a sudden in March of next year, Intel announces 15th generation coming in, like June or something, and then whoa, you just wasted all that money to upgrade to 14th generation, and 15th generation is like right around the corner. See, that's why you have to know how to time these things. You can't just like buy this and then think it's going to be great, and then like 2 months all the leaks start showing up for 15th gen and it's like so much better. That's like the worst feeling. That's like a rip to all those people who bought 2080 Ti for $1,200 right before the 3080 launch. That's the same kind of thing. What are the odds that Zen 4 gets discounted because Intel 14th gen gets released and then we buy? So typically when a CPU launches, there isn't really a discount. Like AMD CPUs for the most part are already kind of lower priced than they were. They're definitely cheaper to get today than they were at launch. So they've already kind of been discounted for a while. Even the X3D CPUs are a little bit discounted, especially if you live near a Microcenter. I know right now, like Microcenter has some insanely good deals for the. Here, let me go back to the browser here. See, like, let's go to Microcenter real quick. So if we go to processors. See, like, Microcenter is already selling the... Well, okay, that's AM4. But like this, see? Like, 7800 X3D is already discounted. Because this is normally $450, and they're selling it for $370. It's as low as $370 right now. So, I mean, that's... And it comes with a free copy of Starfield. So, like, that's kind of a really good deal. You get Starfield, blah, blah, blah. But everybody already knows that at this point. If you didn't already have it, like, it's there. It's included. Or it's like, you get this, you already have Starfield. You give your Starfield code to a friend or something, like... Birthday present. Anniversary present, who knows? I'm just throwing ideas out there. But, like, what I'm saying is this is already discounted. So, I don't expect this to become cheaper. Like, during the holiday season, I can see this going as far down to, like, $319. Probably around $319. There might be some crazy doorbuster deal for, like, $299 or something. But $299 for a Raphael 7800 XP, that's pretty insanely good. How long will the Starfield bundle last? Probably till the end of the month. Most people are thinking it's going to be till the end of the month. Typically, AMD bundles, they have like a 3-month lifespan, and this is the last month. So, it says it supports this. 5200 is the max if you get lucky. I've tested mine at 5200, and it's not 100% stable. But remember, I never tested a 7800X 3D. I tested a 7950X, and that was a launch model. This is what you would get your wife for an anniversary present. I mean, like, this is. I'm just giving ideas, you know, like. Apparently, I'm the Starfield sales guy. That's when you buy your parts. Hopefully, you can get it. Yeah. I mean, that's probably what I would recommend. Let's go back to the list. You'd rather sell the code or give? I mean, you could do that too. But see, like the one that's. Let's look at the. Here, let's clear out all the AM4 because there's all these AM4s that are like filling up the thing. Okay, so what I wanted to look for is the 7950X. See, like this one, this CPU, I paid $700 for this CPU at launch because I got this on launch day almost a year ago. So it's already almost $200 off. So this is what I mean when I say that I don't expect these CPUs to get any significant discounts once the 14th generation comes out because they're already relatively discounted, and it's like that all the time. In fact, the Intel ones are also discounted. So if we go to Intel, like Intel's still trying to get rid of all these Alder Lakes. The Alder Lakes will stick around until January of next year because Rocket Lake was around until the very end of last year, which means Rocket Lake lasted for almost 2 years. So actually, I take that back. I think yeah, actually no, that's about 2 years. So yeah, Alder Lake will probably be around until sometime Q1 of next year. They'll finally sell through their inventory. But you can see, like, if you're near a Microcenter at least, you know, like this right here is a pretty good deal. Like a 12600K for 170, that's a pretty good deal. But, you know, like I said, you're getting first generation DDR5 memory controller. So that's the reason why a lot of people who bought Alder Lake skipped DDR5 and stayed on DDR4 because Alder Lake is very hit or miss when it comes to DDR5 running it at higher speeds consistently.
There's no limit to the number of tricks I can pull off.
Like, you have to basically win the Silicon Lottery on 12th gen if you want to run, you know, like 7200 or whatever on the DDR5. So maybe with the newer ones today, they probably have a more mature node. So the memory controllers today on Alder Lake are probably better on average than they were at launch, because I can tell you, I have a launch 12700K. My 12700K can actually do AVX 512, but its memory controller is not that good. So that's kind of the double-edged sword.
I wonder what my dear sister Lynette is doing right now.
The KS is not discounted at all because these things are like very, very rare. But see, like this is a waste of money compared to a 3D Vcache CPU. Like this is just a big waste of money. Like even the regular 13900K. Like see this one. This one surprisingly hasn't really seen much discount because I paid like $560 for mine, and I got mine on launch day at Microcenter. So it's only down. It could just be where it's at right now. But this is supposed to be like a $700 CPU, but it never really sold for. No, actually, no. It's supposed to be like a $650 CPU, but day one it already sold at like 500 something. So that's why it has been able to sell pretty good compared to 12th gen, is because it actually has always spent its entire lifespan at a discounted price. So now, $550 is still a lot of money for a CPU, but that's better than like $650. So most people buy the i7 because this is $150 less, and it's basically the same in gaming.
So long as the audience
Unless the gaming is gonna need that extra L2 or extra L3. But yeah, the Intel, dude, they've got a cascade, like, that's weird. But the Intel CPUs, you know, the one that no one ever talks about is 13900. 13900, the one with the big square box, this one is not the 13900K. This one cannot be overclocked because Intel doesn't allow changing the multiplier on a non-K SKU. The K SKU on Intel means you can actually change the multiplier. So this is a locked CPU, but it comes with the rare Intel air cooler. So the 13900, I always wondered, like, if this was a good CPU. The non-overclockable one, because I wonder if its stock configuration runs at... Oh, see, they say thermal power 65 watts. When Intel says 65 watts, it actually means 125 watts. But that means, because if Intel says 125 watts, they really mean like 250 watts. So 65 watts, that means 125. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's a power limited 13900K. So that one's actually a pretty good one. It's kind of expensive though for a non-K SKU. Wonder how big of a jump from the 7800 X3D to the... I have no idea, but I think if... See, Vcache to Vcache, it's very hard to say because we don't have anything else to reference. Like 5800 X3D to 7800 X3D. Again, this is more of a node shrink as opposed to an architecture change. Now, obviously, the difference is DDR4 and DDR5, so it's very hard to predict the difference between Zen 4 X3D versus Zen 5 X3D because Zen 5 is a brand new architecture and it's going to be a second generation DDR5, so it's kind of a different animal comparing those two versus comparing a 5800 X3D to a 7800 X3D. So it's very hard to say with high accuracy on how different those will be. But AM4 is still a strong seller. Like, I mean, there's a whole bunch of those. Microcenter has 15 AM4 SKUs and 10 AM5 SKUs. But the one that I really wonder about is this one. Just like the 13900, the Gamers Nexus favorite. I call this one the Gamers Nexus favorite because Steve really liked the Ryzen 9 7900, like the non-X. He liked this one because it was 65 watts. It was a 65 watt part, if I can find the product page instead of all the Starfield stuff. So 65 watts. And it comes with the Wraith Prism, which is actually a pretty good stock air cooler. I was somewhat interested in the 5600 X3D. The only problem is I don't have that platform readily available to me anymore. My Crosshair 8 is not with me anymore. Like, I still have access to it if I wanted to borrow it, but I don't use it. I don't have immediate access to it. So, like, for me to test a 5600 X3D, it would be a pain to try to go and, you know, like, get that motherboard and all that stuff. So I was somewhat interested in it, though, around the time it launched. But the Wraith Prism is actually a really nice cooler. And that's the reason why... And this is a very energy-efficient CPU because it's 65 watts, and it's 24 threads. So this is the one that, I don't know, like, if I was going... Let's put it this way. If somebody asked me to build them a PC, like, if I was contracted to build a PC as an independent contractor... Most of the CPUs that I would use are these type of CPUs. Like, if they wanted an AMD CPU, I would go with a 7900 12-core. If they wanted an Intel CPU, I would go with a 13900 non-K because it comes with the air cooler and it's power limited. So it shouldn't be a thermonuclear reactor. And neither should this one. So that's why I like these CPUs, because these are really good. These are basically OEM These are the type of CPUs that you find in like a Dell, HP, or Lenovo pre-build. Unless you're specifically trying to spec out like an Omen, a Legion desktop, or a Alienware, then those might have the X or the K SKUs. No one ever explains what's the difference between X and non-X. Can you? Yeah. So the difference between the X and the non-X is the non-X runs in a lower power limit by default. Now, the thing with AMD is AMD, sometimes I think AMD gives the user too much freedom, unlike Intel, because with AMD, like as Gamers Nexus showed in their review of this CPU back in January of this year, there is nothing in the BIOS stopping you from going in the BIOS and cranking up the power limit and basically using Curve Optimizer and PBO to get the same exact performance of a 7900X. So in that regard, this one's kind of a smart buy, because if somebody wants to do that, there's nothing preventing them from doing that. And on top of that, they save money because this one's typically cheaper than the X part, and it comes with the Wraith Prism. Even if you weren't going to use the Wraith Prism, you know, it's a pretty good cooler. Like, you could use one in a pinch, like if your pump dies or something, or your fan on the Noctua dies or whatever, then you can just put this thing in as a substitute. So it's nice to have it as a spare. This is basically like buying a car that has a spare tire. It's like, am I going to use the Wraith Prism? No, I'm not going to use it. I'm going to use a better cooler. But if my cooler ever broke down, if the fans broke down, I've got a spare tire. You know, like buying the other one is like buying a car. All these new cars nowadays, they come with an inflator kit, and they don't give you that classic donut spare tire anymore. So it's kind of like buying a car with a spare tire. So yeah, that's basically what this is. This is a CPU that is power limited out of the box. So that means it's energy efficient. That means it can actually use the Wraith Prism without overheating. But if you wanted to push it and you wanted to put it on a more higher end cooler, there's nothing preventing you from doing that. You just have to overclock it yourself. What I'm hearing is if we are gonna buy AM4 but upgrade to AM5 upon release, we should buy something cheap. Yeah. That's what I would say. Yeah. That's basically what I'm saying in a roundabout way. If you want to go AM5, but you want to get the motherboard and get on the platform today with DDR5, then you would either want to go with this thing, or you could even go with a 7800X 3D, or you could even go for like a cheaper one, like an 8-core, like this, the 7700 non-X. This one also includes the Wraith Prism. Now, the reason why I'm not going to recommend the 7600 is because the 7600 comes with, it's a lot cheaper though. It comes with the rinky-dink Wraith, whatever this thing's called. It's not Wraith Prism. The Wraith Stealth. Yeah. This one comes with the little rinky-dink Wraith Stealth. So this one, as far as I know, does not light up. There's no RGB. So this is just a plain Jane fan. This is like the cheapest donut spare tire you can get. So if you really want to cheap out, this will be fine. This is like an OG. You can default back to this. You don't have to worry about updating BIOS. Because this thing is like a day one, or well, actually no, this is from January, so I don't know. This is still like a cheap way to go if you want to upgrade. But I personally, if you really want to go to Zen 4, I would just get this and just not even really think about it. Unless you don't want X3D. If you want if you want the standard ones, get one of the ones that I just mentioned, the ones that come with the air coolers. The only exception is if you need 16 cores. Or if you need 16 cores, then you gotta get the 7950X or the 7950X 3D. But the 7950X 3D is the most expensive AM5 CPU. So, and this one doesn't come with an air cooler because this is like 170 watt.
This is no time for distractions.
This is a 170
Seriously,
watt
you have
CPU.
A great magician standing right here. You don't want to miss the best part, do you?
That's that one. Yeah. That's what I recommend. I'm not too familiar with the AM4, like the current deals on AM4, but you're talking about AM5. So I assume we don't need to talk about AM4. Let's look at AM4 real quick. AM4, they still have the 5600X3D, 5800X3D. Those are still really good CPUs, though. But if I were going to upgrade to Zen 5, I'd probably just go to Zen 4 right now instead of getting like a 5800X3D and waiting. But it depends. That could also be a more cost-effective way. Just get an X3D on AM4 and then just do the full upgrade next year. But if you're thinking of upgrading though, you might as well just do the platform swap now instead of later. That's what I would do. You could always just wait though. It doesn't hurt to wait. You'll just be waiting for a long time. Let's look at graphics cards. We haven't really looked at graphics cards in a while. We talk about them all the time. So let's look at Zotac, and then we'll look at PNY, and then we'll look at all the AMD stuff. So Zotac has a 4090, and then all these other things, but this is the one that stands out. So the Zotac amp Extreme for 16. Oh, that's $150. No, that's $50 over, isn't it? Yeah, that's $50 over. So they're only charging $50 for their Snowboard Edition RTX 4090. That one actually looks kind of cool. It's too bad the GeForce logo doesn't light up, though. So they failed on the GeForce logo. I think PNY is the only one that did it right.
I wonder what my dear sister Lynette is doing.
PNY, Verdo.
Missing me to death, I'm sure.
Weird names on the PNY, but they've got one for $1629. Oh, but see, their GeForce logo doesn't light up either. Only their weird XLR8 lights up. Man, these guys don't know how to make marketable GPUs.
So long as the audience
You're gonna go Zen 4 with the XTX, then if the jump from the 7800X3D is worth it from the yeah, that's it. That's a safe bet. That's a safe bet. I mean, I'm basically gonna do a similar thing next year anyway, too, right? I've just been on Zen 4 for almost a year now. All right, let's look at Sapphire. Let's see what Sapphire's got. Let's get rid of PNY. Sapphire, I've said this before, I'll say it again. Sapphire is the Toyota brand of graphics cards. These things never die. They are built like tanks, and they can last for more than a decade. Ask any former Ethereum miner, and they will agree with everything that I'm saying regarding Sapphire cards. They have hot swappable fans that are very easy and user replaceable. They've got they were the first ones to do the flow through, not Nvidia. A lot of people don't know that. And the other thing that they did is they were the first ones to develop a Unisync and consistently cover. They were one of the first to offer vapor chamber cooling, and they also were one of the first to do vapor chamber on the entire unibody of the GPU. And then everybody else has kind of copied them over the last 10 years. So Sapphire's like one of the best ones. I was somewhat tempted to get one of these. I will add, I was thinking of getting the Nitro 7800 XT to do video content on the channel. But I ultimately decided not to. And then, instead of doing that, I went and gave Intel money. I bought a bunch of Intel SSDs from Microcenter. to upgrade my computers because I'm running out of storage because Starfield is a huge game. Baldur's Gate is a huge game. All my YouTube videos, the stock, all the unedited footage is eating up all the space on the hard drive. So I have to like push old single player games onto the hard drive, running out of hard drive space, running out of flash storage space because the games now are so big and I can't exactly just uninstall them because what if I want to benchmark them for review content? So I had to buy some M.2 drives. Tell me how big of a jump that to that is. That's a really good question. Well, I think isn't Comet Lake like 40% over Skylake or something? So it's probably more like 90%. I don't know, or maybe 100 something. Let me see if I can find that for you. I don't really know if I can find that sort of info though that easily. Hold on, 70. Maybe I can find it. Hold on, 7800X 3D review. What I would do is I would just go to 7800X 3D review, and then I would go and look at the. Where is it? How come they don't have a relative performance? May have to look at like a Nantech or somebody. Maybe Anantech has the review, has the info. Oh wait, no, hold on. I think I can find it. I think I found it. Why do they have like super old data though? Man, Anantech has like gone the way of the dodo. They don't even have any like current generation tests on their. I used to, a long time ago, I used to use Anantech. I can't. It's some huge number. I don't know exactly. It's like, no, it's not 200%. It's like, it's some big number though. I just can't remember what it was.
This is no time for distractions. Seriously, you have a great magician standing right here. You don't want to miss the best part, do you?
I can't find that one, but I can find the 5800X. The 5800X is 2.81x faster than the Core i5 6400. So you would take the difference between the 5800X and the 7800X 3D, and that would be the so probably like 4 times faster. So you know, what is that? So I guess you're right, like 200% or something like that.
There's no limit to the number of tricks I can do.
That i5 is also only what, like a 6 core? That's like a 6. Is that a 6 core or is that, no, that's not even a 6 core. That's a quad core. That's a quad core, isn't it? With no hyperthreading. Yeah, the i5 6400 is not even. What? This thing doesn't even have. This thing doesn't even have hyperthreading. That's terrible. This is worse than I thought. Okay, yeah, it's probably more like 250% faster, some ridiculous number. Because you've got, this is only 4 threads. The 7800X 3D is 16 threads. It's 4 times the threads and twice the cores. Yeah. There needs to be a website that actually shows like a good percent comparison. There isn't one. I mean, Anantech used to be the one to go to for that. In fact, does Anantech have the... Anantech doesn't have anything newer than Alder Lake on their website. So they don't have any of the Zen 4. They don't have 13th generation. They don't have any of that stuff on their website. That's sad. Yeah, they only have like old stuff with Zen.
Seriously, you have a great
They don't have a good
standing right
chart.
here.
That's
You don't want to miss the best part, do you?
Let me see. Okay, we'll just use Tom's hardware, I guess. Okay, here's the list. This is from the best CPU all the way down to the weakest CPU. Does this have like more than one? Okay. So
long as the audience
let's see.
thinks that seeing is believing.
So this is the best CPU is at the very top of the list, and the lowest one that they tested is the Ryzen 5 5500, which means that these results are relatively new. I don't see a lot of old CPUs on here. The oldest CPUs they have are Zen 3. And what I don't understand is why are they forgetting about everybody's favorite Intel CPU, the Rocket Lake? Where's Rocket Lake? Rocket Lake isn't even that old. Zen 3 is older than Rocket Lake. Everybody always forgets that. Alright, let's look at this. So, the average of the entire test set that they did was with a NVIDIA RTX 4090 at 1080p. The fastest CPU was the Ryzen 9 7950X3D overall, followed by the 7800X3D. And then, well, actually, these top two are these are overclock undervolt. So if we remove the top two, the fastest CPU is still the 7950X3D, tied barely with the 7900X3. Well, okay, that one's an overclock, so never mind. Then the second fastest is the Ryzen 7 7800X3D. And then the Intel Core i9 13900. Well, see, that's an overclock, so we throw that one out. Man, they need to remove all these overclock things. Get these things out of here. I just want to see, like, stock. I don't want to see all this overclock garbage in the results here. And they got all these undervolt things in here too. Like, guys, what are they doing? What is this? And then they go and put like Threadripper in there to go and crash everybody's party. Like, what is this? Man, this looks like this looks like I'm looking at a presidential election. What's with all the red and the blue? This looks like I'm looking at the electoral votes or something on a presidential election chart. What is going on here? Fix these colors. Is it weird that I got 12 gigabyte of RAM in the Lenovo pre-build? That basically means... Yeah, that's weird. That's a desktop? Okay, that means that one stick of RAM is 8 gigabytes and the other one is 4 gigabytes of DDR4. That's what that means. Yeah, that's actually kind of weird. That's really bad, actually. It's not terrible, but it's like if you're running a lot of memory and if you max out one stick, that's gonna be very janky. So, yeah, man, I really wish they would not show all these PBO, and then they've got DDR4 Intel things in here, and DDR5 Intel, then they have overclocked Intel. Come on, man, like, this is not how to display data. If they want to show overclocks, they should do it in an overclock chart. They shouldn't show that as, like, the first chart, you know, like, can we see stock only? Okay, so by stock, the fastest 7950X3D. Second fastest is without any overclock. I gotta look through this carefully. 7800X3D. Third is 7900X3D. Fourth fastest, Intel 13900KS. Fifth fastest, 13900K. Sixth place, 13700K.
Sister Lynette is doing right now.
Seventh place, 5800X3D. Eighth place, 7700X. Actually, you know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna do this in Paint. I'm gonna write the list in real time so that you guys can see it, or so that it doesn't look like I'm looking at a presidential election campaign result. Okay, we'll do it this way. Let me move this over here. I'll put this over there. Okay, so clean all this up. We don't need all this stuff. That looks kind of cool though. All right. So I'm just gonna use Tom's Hardware's numbers. According to Tom's Hardware, the current fastest CPU is Ryzen 9 7950X3D. Second, Ryzen 7 7800X3D. And remember, this is a geometric mean of a whole bunch of tests. This is done on Windows 11. This is not Windows 10. So your mileage may vary a little bit if you're on Windows 10. But basically, from my experience, Windows 10 just means that the E-cores don't do as much as they do in Windows 11. So it really only affects Intel more so than AMD. AMD performs pretty much the same today when it comes to Windows 10 and Windows 11. And for the record, I'm still on Windows 10. So Ryzen 7 7800X3D is the second. Then the third fastest was the... That's weird. So they did not test the 7900X3D. I don't see it. Well, they do have it with an overclock. Oh wait, yeah they did. Oh, it's number 3. Okay, it is number 3. The KS has an overclock, but it does show up on the list at number 4. So that, and then 4 is i9 13900KS. Fifth fastest is the i9 or the i9 13900K. Sixth place 13700. Seventh. What happened here? Oh. Seventh is 13. No, it's actually not 13. It's actually Ryzen 750 5800X 3D. According to them. Hold on. Where's 13600K? Oh, it's down there. Oh, okay, it's next. So 8. I'm just gonna do the top 10 because this list is gonna be way too long. Ryzen. Yeah, oh, whoops, no. It's 13. i5 13600K. Then the 9th fastest is the... I thought I just saw it. Where did it go? What? The 5600? This is actually that good? And then the 10th is the... Wait, where's the 7700X? I thought I just saw... Oh, no, it's way down there. Okay. So, it's actually lower than that one. So, according to Tom's Hardware, the next CPU on their list, for some reason, is actually the Ryzen 7 7700 non-X. They have the X further down the list. It's like between the 7900 and the 7900X. That's really weird. This is, what is this? Is this... This is the entire test suite. This is very heavily biased toward games, though, because why is the X3D Ryzen 5000 stuff doing better than the non-X3D Ryzen 7000? That's weird. This must be very biased toward game, like, in favor of gaming, because the Intel stuff should be doing a little bit, like, why is the X3D? Because the X3D is actually not faster in productivity than the regular Ryzen, so it's, I feel like this should even out more, but it looks like they're just doing mostly games. They say it's the entire, though, so that's really weird. And then for multi-thread, they show a bunch of Threadripper stuff at the top. That doesn't make any sense. I would have expected that below this. Well, it is below that. But what I'm saying is, this is supposed to be... Okay, this is Tom's Hardware's test for like an entire... Like a whole test suite. See? This is the final chart. This is like everything averaged geometrically. At 1080p. Like every test they did. Because they did gaming, single thread, multi-thread, integrated... Well, okay, integrated CPU, GPU, whatever. That disqualifies all of the 5000 series Ryzens. But this is basically average across everything. So the first two results, you throw those out because those are PBO undervolt. So it's basically the third entry here is the first one. Then you throw out the fourth one. Basically what I did is I ignore all the PBO undervolt and I ignore all the Intel overclocks. And I'm only listing them based off of where they rank in stock. Because that's the way you're supposed to do it. You're not supposed to be listing all these overclock things. Like, why? That someone can't go to the store and use that as their, you know, like that. This doesn't factor Silicon Lottery. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is not properly documented.
This is no time for distraction.
Best value CPU right now is 13600K for me. I think it kind of depends. That's what I said initially, but I kind of think the 13700K is actually the better value. Because you get the full 8 cores. See, the problem with the 13600K is you lose 2 P cores compared to the 13700K. And the 13700K is actually not that much more than a 13600K. While still being a lot cheaper than a 13900K. So, I think the 13700K is the one that's... The most annoying to AMD is the 13700K. 13600K is competitive, especially in multi-thread, but it's like, it feels bad to buy that CPU because it's like, it comes with what, 8 E-cores? It's 8 E-cores and 6 P-cores. But the 6 P-cores are what actually matters. See, the 8 P-cores, they don't really matter that much. So that's why
My dear sister Lynette is doing right now.
I personally think, like, if I had to choose, I'd go with a 12700K over a 13600K. I'd rather take 8 P-cores, even though it's an older generation, plus 4 E-cores, than 6 P-cores and 8 E-cores, if that makes sense. Like, I would rather take 12700K over 13600K. Now, in gaming, the 13600K is actually a little bit faster. But I think the 12700K is a more balanced CPU because it has the full 8 cores.
So long as the audience thinks that seeing
see, the thing with the i9 doesn't give you anything more in terms of performance cores. You basically get the same 8 cores that you get on the i7. But you get 8 more additional E-cores, and you get a little bit more cache, and that's the main difference. But, like I said, you know, the E-cores, they don't really do a whole lot for gaming. So, yeah, I personally think the i7 is the best one from Intel. I know that that's the one that causes the most trouble for AMD. Like, AMD loses a lot of sales when it competes against the 13700K. I think AMD competes very well with the i9 in particular because the 7950X and the 7950X 3D, they're offering 16 actual cores. They're actual performance cores that each of them all have hyperthreading, or SMT. Whereas Intel only maxes at 8 performance cores, and then all those E-cores are like super tiny cores. So it's like, you know, for big workloads, those E-cores, it kind of depends on the use case, because in video editing, they do help with the thread count. That's the only way Intel can match AMD in thread count. But at the end of the day, you know, like, I would rather take 16 all-rounder P-cores that all do hyperthreading than like 8 cores that do hyperthreading plus 16 cores that do not do hyperthreading. You see what I'm saying? So, especially because I'm on Windows 10. So, 13700K for this is much better deal than that. Yeah. 12700 non-K versus that. 13500 is trash tier. See, okay, Matt just brought up a really good point about Intel's product stack, because it is true. Intel interweaves, like, they put I won't say trash tier. I think I'm going to reword that in a more positive light. That's being way too blunt regarding the 13500. I wouldn't say trash tier, but Intel is notorious for interweaving in older architecture stuff with a new coat of paint. You know, like, they go and they try to sell you 12th generation parts with 13 as the number on the actual part. But you don't know that you're actually buying an Alder Lake that has a 13 on the number. You know, like that's what he means by, like, trash tier, because it's like false advertising is what it is. So Intel does stupid things like that, and it's kind of it makes them look bad in the eyes of those who actually know, but for the average consumer, you know, they don't know any better, so they basically get ripped off. They go to Best Buy and they think they're gonna buy a laptop that has a 13th generation because it says 13500 on it, but it's actually an Alder Lake thing from like 2021. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? Like, what is this? This is like false advertising. More like Alder Lake tier. Yeah, so it's like it's like you open up that box, you don't actually know what's in that box. You know, like, so at least with AMD, it's like the naming is consistent. If it says it's 7, it's actually Zen 4. You know, like, if it's a 5, it's not Zen 4. It's pretty easy to understand. So now AMD did something similar to that with I think they did something like that with their 4000 series or something. AMD did pull that stunt a while back with, it was some kind of APU. I forgot what it was. There was an APU from AMD that was like a Zen, it was like a Zen Plus or a Zen 2 Plus or something like that, but the number made it sound like it was a Zen 3 or Zen 2. I can't remember any. It's been too long. It was like a couple of years ago when AMD pulled that stunt just like Intel. But Intel's been doing it all along, and they're just like, okay, whatever. You know, like, it's an Intel thing, right? Like, we can trash on this day. 13500 is trash. Anyway, yeah, like, so basically, the conclusion is, if you want to upgrade now, you can. And, because here's the thing, right now, M.2 drives are relatively cheap. DDR5 is almost the same price as DDR4. It's still a little bit more expensive, but it's actually not that much more expensive, right? Like, if we go look at let's look at DDR5. So let's look at the price of some DDR5. So let's do what I always do, 2x, 32, filter out all that garbage. I only want to see 64 gigs. So now let's do lowest price. So let's cheap out. So we've got
So long
some
as the audience
Crucial
thinks that
Pro.
seeing is believing, there's no limit
We've
to the
got
number of tricks they can pull off.
DDR4 3200. Oh, ew, that's garbage. So let's look for something a little bit better. G-Skill Ripjaws. Okay, CL18 3600. Okay, so this is pretty standard. You can find like CL16 3600, but okay, let's look at this price. We're not here for the DDR4. What we want to know is the price. So for CL18 1.35 volts, 64 gigs, 3600 dual channel, $120 at Microcenter. Now let's look at DDR5. So, like I said earlier, 3600 DDR4 is basically somewhere around 5600 to 6000 DDR5. So let's find some DDR5 that's around 5600 or 6000. So as we can see, there's a lot of DDR4. So, okay, right, here's 5200. So 5200 is like 3200 DDR4. So that one's CL40. That's some garbage Micron right there. Could be Samsung. Who knows? This, I don't know what that is. CL46. That's trash. And then we've got some DDR4. Here's another one with the RGB at $160. And here we go. Bam. Right there. Team Force Vulcan with the 64 gigs, 6000. Now the CL38 is not that great, but this is like what, $170? What were we looking at earlier? $160. So look at this versus this. So we've got 3600 DDR4 CL18 versus 6000 CL38. This is roughly equivalent, I would say. This is close in terms of the performance. And the price difference is only $10. 170 versus 160. This is what I mean by DDR5 has come down so much in price. No, I think this is Samsung. Oh, no, hold on. Not this. This might be Samsung, actually. Although this number might be Hynix, but I think this is Samsung. Because it's 1.3 volts, 38, 38, 38, 78. This could be Samsung. So it's hard to say. Because Hynix, typically, this number would be different from that number. So it's kind of a gamble. It could be Hynix, but it's probably Samsung. Most likely it's Samsung.
So long as the audience thinks that seeing is believing,
so,
there's no limit to the number of tricks I can pull off.
This looks like Samsung memory to me. But yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like, see, $170. So the RAM is not that much more. You can find comparable RAM to DDR4 now. So that's why I feel like it's gotten a lot more affordable. Internal SSDs are also way more affordable. The thing is, if you want to go all out on the storage, because here's the thing, if you buy storage now, you essentially don't have to upgrade the storage in the future. So, like, today, the fastest SSD in the world is called the Crucial T700. 4 terabyte TLC PCIe Gen 5 X4 NVMe. So this thing does 12,000. This does like 12.4 gigabytes per second on the read, and about almost 12 gigabytes per second on the write. If we look at the random reads and the random writes. Now, it's interesting, this is not as good as the Samsung 990, so this might not be worth it, but this is still the fastest overall. So, in terms of the user experience, this will be the most consistent one. I can tell you, this is the only SSD that can give you, like, the smoothest frames in Forspoken, because Forspoken actually has better frame times if you have a faster SSD. It's really, really weird. But this is the reason why Forspoken is the most unique. It's one of the most unique games in existence. And it's hilarious that that game is getting FSR 3. It's like one of the first games to get FSR 3. Samsung 990 is worse. Samsung 990 is worse on the throughput, but I don't know about the random, though. The random IOPS on this, I mean, Samsung might be a little bit better than this, but this is still the fastest. Overall, in terms of user experience, this thing is the fastest SSD on the planet today. Now, there will be stuff that improves and goes even faster, because the theoretical maximum of Gen 5 is like 14 gigabytes per second, and we're at 12.4 with this drive. So this is faster than what I have. So you guys know what I have. I've got one of these. This is what I currently use in my own system for the Windows boot drive, a 2 terabyte inland TD510. So this was the world's first Gen 5, and you can see it's not really that impressive. There's still a lot more margin there to improve. There's a lot of overhead there to go all the way up to 14. So, but this is what happens when you are an early adopter. You know, you pay a lot of money for something that ends up becoming obsolete in a year. Because there's already something that's better than what I have. So storage seems like it loses its value the fastest. Yeah, exactly. Because I paid like $300 for this thing, and now it's already like it's $220, right? So, yeah. That's the early adopter tax. But anyway, if you want to be like me and you want to be cheap, so okay, like what I'll say is this. This, for a boot drive, I would go Gen 5. But for anything else, like game archive drive or whatever, I would go cheapo mode to the max and go Gen 3, and I would get the Intel. This is the thing that I bought the other day. This is what I have right here. There's two of them right here. 2 Intel SSDs. Gen 3. Cheapo Gen 3 speeds. You know, 3.5 gigabyte, 2.7 gigabyte on the right. What's our randoms? Look at those puny randoms. 310,000 IOPS, random read, 340,000 random write. So, this is what I would go for cheapo storage. 2 terabyte, $65. You can't beat it. It's the Intel. See, this is what it means to be an Intel fanboy. You got Intel SSDs in a... Oh, wait. Whoops. Intel 13900K. Actually, technically, I'm going to put one of these in the Intel 13900K fanboy system. Intel plus Intel storage plus Intel this plus an AMD GPU. And then we're going to put the other one in an AMD Ryzen system with an AMD Ryzen CPU. So... You gotta support Intel when you can. You know, like they're, you know, this is what I'm. Let's just put it this way, guys. Let's put it this way. Intel stock price. You gotta help them out, man. I'm just saying, you gotta help them out. You gotta help them out where it counts. Buy the storage because it's cheap. $65. Help them out. Be an Intel Patreon. help out Intel, man. They need some help. They're treading water. Help out. You know who doesn't need help right now? Oh, whoa! What happened, Nvidia? What happened? What's going on? Nvidia, my corporation. What's going on? Okay, AMD. AMD's? Man, okay, it's not just Intel. Everybody's doing bad. What happened? They all went down a little bit. AMD went down. Intel went down. Intel went zigzag down. Intel went what I call ziggy down. They did a ziggy down. But anyway, so, you know,
This is no time for distractions.
help them out.
Seriously, you
Don't
have
buy
a great magician
Samsung,
standing
buy
right here.
Intel,
You don't
buy
wanna miss the best
American,
part, do you?
etc. Intel's an American company, people. Okay, it's a multinational company, technically. But, you know, help them out. Buy American. America. Don't buy Samsung. Whatever you do, don't buy Samsung. Don't buy Samsung SSDs. They're trash. They're trash tier. You know, Pro 990, that thing will only last for a month. It'll burn itself out. You gotta buy Intel. Why look at day one, not 1 month? Oh, I mean, okay, we can do that. 1 month. Oh, oh, Intel's recovery. What's going on? Oh, it went up like $4 in 1 month. That's actually pretty good. What did AMD do in 1 month? AMD basically didn't really change. Nvidia in 1 month. Okay, Nvidia did a run up. Man, Nvidia did a really good run up. Almost $500. And then they started sloping back down. So there's something weird with the market. So we go back to AMD. AMD was 110 in a 1 month period down to 106. So AMD did finish lower. If we're looking at a 30-day period. So AMD's the one that's actually down. Intel in 1 month is actually up $4. Yeah, up almost $4. That's actually pretty good. Okay. But Nvidia had a huge run up though. They went from like 425 to like 493. And then they're coming back down. So, but the thing is, this is hard to say. What I would do is I would look at the... I'd look at a week. That doesn't look too good for the week. But I think Nvidia's actually on the way back down, just by looking at this trend. Nvidia's probably on its way back down to like 440, if I had to guess. I think their support level is around like 440 right now. If they go below 440, that's a bad sign for them. That means that they're going to fall back to like 420. That's their support level. And then AMD, if we look at the 5-day... So nothing really changed here, and then in a week, and then they're also kind of trending. What I've noticed is AMD and Nvidia, they track relatively parallel to each other to a degree. So if Nvidia's doing way up, AMD's also going to go up at a lower ratio because they're kind of like the second supplier, so to speak. And Intel doesn't change the way those two do because Intel is a wide moat, and they track way more like the actual NASDAQ itself. So that's why no matter what happens, Intel basically is more immune to big swings in the market. They can't really move that well. So seems the 4060 sold for them then. No, the 4060 is not what's making this do what it does, guys. Like, it has nothing to do with the GPUs. The only reason why this is happening is because of the AI. Like, AI is doing all the stuff here, not GeForce. GeForce is just kind of there. If anything, what's actually selling is 3060. 3060, 4090, and 3060 Ti is also still selling. And the 4070 is selling. The 4060 is not selling. It's actually the 4070. 3060s are selling more than the 4060s because you can get a 3060 12 gig. That's why. Nvidia crushed earnings. They had sky-high revenue expectations, and they still significantly exceeded them, 20%. Yeah. Yeah, but guys, it's all AI. It's all enterprise and compute. It has nothing to do with gaming. The gaming market overall is actually down year over year. Have you guys noticed that? Like, gaming, so Q2 of this year was not good for gaming. Q3 was also not good compared to last year. But as we go into the second half of the year, like we're in September now, so as we move to Q4, Q4 is the holiday season. So the holiday season for gaming always does good. So we will see Like, for the gaming revenue, for the GeForce business unit in NVIDIA, they will do better this holiday season. It doesn't matter what people like Linus or Gamers Nexus or Hardware Unboxed. It doesn't matter what they say. The people, the public is still going to do what they do. They're going to buy pre-builds. They're going to buy gaming laptops that have 4060s in them. NVIDIA's going to be able to sell their stuff no matter what people say about them. You know what I'm saying? Like, same thing with AMD. AMD's going to sell their stuff too. Intel's going to sell their stuff too. It doesn't really matter. You know, like, over double from a year ago. And yes, correct. Gaming is inconsequential. Right. Data center revenue was up 171 from the same period last year. Yeah, that's the thing. NVIDIA, most of NVIDIA's growth is all in data center, not in gaming. If anything, NVIDIA stands to actually lose market share in gaming over time. And why is that? Because Intel entered the GPU market. So by Intel launching Arc last year, they openly declared war with NVIDIA, because if you guys noticed, all of Intel's marketing, all their charts where they compare the Arc A770, all of what they show is comparing with a 3060. They don't even show like an AMD card, and they're trying to downplay AMD. And a lot of reviewers picked up on that last year, because if you guys go back and watch those Intel Arc reviews, every single one of them, all toward the end of the review, they all mention how Intel kind of forgot about AMD, and that's what ultimately made Arc look bad, because the 6700 XT was price competitive with Arc, and it was actually a lot faster than Arc. So it's, you know, like that. And it's a lot faster than the 3060. So that's the reason why it ended up kind of backfiring on them, because all their marketing against NVIDIA, they focus so much on NVIDIA. But the problem is, like, good luck trying to convince someone who always buys GeForce to go and consider buying some, like, beta test product that has never really been in the market before. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a really hard sell. But AMD is just kind of doing their thing in the background as the number 2 supplier of GPUs, and it's like, well, you can't really ignore them. By the same token, though, AMD can't ignore Intel, because AMD is the one that actually stands to lose the most market share in the GPU market when Intel starts flooding the market with GPUs, more so than NVIDIA. So, like, NVIDIA is better insulated than AMD is in the GPU market, if that makes any sense. So, but I think people understand what I meant there. We need an RTX 4030 to... Yeah, that's not going to happen. 1030 is the way to go. Gaming revenue was up only 22 versus DC, and a much smaller business. Gaming was that last quarter. DC was it. Yeah. And this is the reason why, guys, like, this is the reason why NVIDIA's not launching 4090 Ti this year. I already mentioned this in a previous live stream. The 4090 Ti exists today. It's literally there, but they're not going to sell it to gamers. They're not going to sell it to consumers. Why? Because they can charge over $7,000 for it in the data center. So just to clear that up, so people who are probably wondering, what am I talking about? Ada 6000. This is the 4090 Ti in its true form. This is the enterprise version, or this is the professional version of the 4090 Ti. There it is. 8102, 18,176 CUDA cores, 192 ROPS, 48 gigabytes of memory. Now, if they were to sell this as a 4090 Ti, they would only offer it with 24 gigabytes of memory. They would cut that in half and sell it at 24 gigs to justify a price cut, because this thing is, see, $6,799. And that is the 4090 Ti. There it is. There's the 4090 losing to the 4090 Ti. And remember, this is a 4090 Ti at 300 watts. If they make a consumer version of this, it would have a TDP of 450 watts, which would further increase this bar to about 10 to 12% faster than a 4090. So they could do it if they wanted, but they're not going to because of what Leo just said about the data center revenue. Why sell something to consumers who only openly criticize everything you do? Every time Nvidia does something, everybody says they're evil. Everybody says they're Ingredia. Like everybody bashes on Nvidia like they're the dark side, like they're the evil empire of Star Wars. Like Jensen Wong is basically Emperor Palpatine's descendant, or whatever. Like some nonsense, crazy theories like this. So it's like, why should they sell the 4090 Ti to gamers who don't know anything about business and just criticize them left and right? Like that's what I'm saying. Like, if they're gonna charge nearly $7,000 for this, and companies are gonna buy it in bulk anyway, then who cares about the gamers? Forget about them. They're just a bunch of losers anyway. We're Nvidia. We make billions of dollars every quarter. These guys are just some trash people that want to play Starfield, Like, who cares about them? I'm Jensen Wong. I'm just gonna sell to all my big customers that give me literally millions of dollars of revenue every month. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how they feel. That's why they're not going to put this in the consumer market. Now, they probably will. I'm not saying they're not going to do it, but they could do 4090 Ti sometime in the first quarter of next year, because they kind of will. At that point, they'll need to refresh the consumer lineup. So what they'll do is they'll probably throw some leftover of these, or they'll set aside some small percentage, and launch it as 4090 Ti, 450 watt TDP, like a 3090 Ti, and they'll charge $2,000 for it or something like that, and 24 gigs of RAM. And people will gobble it up. They'll just gobble it up. It'll be gone instantly. So it's going to be a shoebox GPU. No, they're just going to stick the 4090 cooler on it, because that's exactly what they did with the 3090 Ti. They stuck a 3090 cooler on there and called it a day. Gaming revenue was up only this, and a much smaller biz. Yeah, so, I mean, that's basically Nvidia in a nutshell. Like, they're basically transitioning into a new sort of company. Like, they're growing up. They're growing up. They're becoming a adult in the business world. They're basically now catering to large companies with a lot of venture capital, a lot of angel investor funding, a lot of kind of like contingency funding. Those type of groups are funding this stuff in the background, all these startups. They're getting venture capital, they're getting angel investment, they're getting all that kind of stuff, like Shark Tank type funds, whatever. They're doing it somehow, and they're buying up these GPUs in bulk. And as a result, who ends up suffering? Gamers end up suffering, because if you're not happy with 4060, too bad. Go buy AMD. Like, if I'm Nvidia and you don't like what I'm offering at $400 for a 4060 Ti, you take it or leave it. In my mind, you take it or leave it. You want DLSS 3? Take it or leave it. You want to wait until next year for FSR 3? Okay, then go and get AMD. I don't care. See if I care. That's kind of how Nvidia's gotten, because their market share percentage is so big and their brand loyalty is so strong that if somebody is distraught and thinks they're Darth Vader and Emperor Palpatine, and they're going to go join the rebels and go on Team Red, or they're going to go buy Intel, because apparently buying Intel is like a hipster thing to do. Like, oh, my A770 is so cool. Look at all the RGB. Like that's going to do anything? That's not going to make any difference. Like, buying Intel, in Nvidia's mind, buying an Intel GPU is like somebody voting for a third party in a United States presidential election. You know what I'm saying? Like, in Nvidia's mind, if you go and buy Intel, that's like voting for the Green Party or like the Libertarian Party in the presidential election in America. So I know there's probably people that are watching from outside the U.S., but the U.S. basically has two major political parties. There's Team Red and there's Team Blue. So there's some other ones, but it's like if you go buy Intel, that's like voting for some third party. You know, like they're never gonna win. Like no one cares. Like in Nvidia's mind, nobody cares. Look at the bullet points for data center versus gaming. No, yeah, I looked at it a few weeks ago. How many generations will it take, like the 40 series, to change market share? What do you mean? How many generations will it take from the 40 series to change market share? See, I don't see that happening anytime soon. The roadmap for data center is loaded. Gaming is a joke. Oh. Yeah. Well, see, there's some rumors that Nvidia's not going to launch 50 series until 2025. That's not really a rumor. The thing is, here's the thing, guys. Like, Nvidia's sticking to their roadmap, and I'll show you guys what I mean by that. So, here, let's just kind of move this stuff over here for now. So, if you guys remember, here we go with the timeline again. I'm just going to do a small one. So we have 20, let's do 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024, and 2025. So we're gonna go there. We're gonna do like a 5-year timeline. Wait, what are you saying? Sounds like a year. So it's nothing different though. So here I'm gonna show you why. So this was RTX 3080, RTX 3090, and RTX 3070. So these cards launched in the second half of 2020. Then it was the year that everybody hated. This was the year where RTX 3080s went for $2,000 on eBay, and RTX 3060 Ti was over $900, and AMD's cards were all like the 6900 XT was always $1,500, and the 6800 XT was like $1,100, $1,200. So everything was super overpriced in like these 2 years, or at least pretty much all of this year and like the first half of this year. Then things normalized after Ethereum did its thing and the world was anew. So anyway, what I'm saying is in 2021, Nvidia did RTX 3060. They did RTX 3060 Ti. They did RTX 3080 Ti. All of these are 2021 GPUs, and a lot of people forget that. And actually, I think RTX 3070 Ti also was a 2021. Now, you guys can fact check me and look at when these things came out, but I'm pretty sure that this is the correct timeline on almost all of these. So then, in 2022, Nvidia launched in March of 2022 RTX 3090 Ti. This is a 2022 GPU. But a lot of people forget that this is a 2022 GPU. So when Nvidia is saying, or when the rumors are saying, because Nvidia didn't say this, but the rumors are saying that RTX 50 series is 2025. Now let's verify if that's actually going to be true. So 2022 was RTX 4090, RTX 4080. Those are 2022 GPUs. But guess what? 2023 is RTX 4070 Ti, RTX 4070, RTX 3060 Ti, RTX 3060. These are all 2023 GPUs. And this does matter because from a product lifecycle standpoint, you have to, as a manufacturer, so in the case of Nvidia and their partners, they have to support the warranty of their GPUs from the time that they are sold. So that means that this is a 2023 product. It is not a 2022 product, even though we got some Ada cards back in 2022. So next year, 2024, what do I think is going to happen? I think there's going to be an RTX 4090 Ti as the very first NVIDIA GPU for next year. There might also be a 4050, maybe. I don't know if they plan to do this. I don't see why they wouldn't do it.
So long as
In
the
fact, I
audience
forgot
thinks
about
that seems
3050.
believing, there's
I
no
forgot
limit to the
about
number of
30
tricks I can pull off.
50. So 4050 will probably show up unless 4050 shows up at the very end of this year. So, but the point is, in 2024, we will see RTX 5090 and most likely RTX 5080. And we may even see RTX 5070, but I don't think we will. Because I think they're going to kind of follow the same model. And what they could do is they might launch these closer to the end of 2024. So it could be a Q4 launch. 4080 Ti, you're going to have to specify what the 4080 Ti would be. If the 4080 Ti was going to exist, it would come out this year. Oh, you know what? I did a typo, and nobody called that out. This is actually 4060 Ti.
I wonder what my dear
And
sister Lynette is
4060,
doing right
not
now.
30.
Missing me to death, I'm sure.
That was a typo. So, the point is... No, the 4080 Ti would be a 16 gigabyte card. Because it would probably be 8103. So, this thing... Anyway, the point is... The RTX 40 series, if you look at it on a whole, 2023 is the year that marks Ada Lovelace architecture. That is the year of Ada. Why? Because NVIDIA replaced all of their Ampere cards over the course of 2023, not 2022. 2022 introduced the high-end, the enthusiast and high-end stuff, but 2023 did all the work in refreshing the entire product stack. So, likewise, everybody, all these rumors about 2025, what's really going to happen is 2025 is going to be the year of these cards all over again, etc. So, that's basically what it means. It means that NVIDIA refreshes their cycles on the odd years. Look at 2021. All the Ampere cards, the actual affordable Ampere cards, even though you couldn't buy any of them. I mean, this one is kind of an exception. All of the Ampere cards were refreshed. The entire product stack was refreshed throughout the course of 2021. Likewise, 2023 saw the refresh for Ada cards, and 2025 will be the refresh of the introduction of the what's the name of this architecture? Blackwell or something? I forgot what the name of the 50 series are. I read it in an article recently. It's another scientist. I forgot who it was, but anyway, 2025 is the year of the 50 series replacing the 40 series. So that rumor is not incorrect. It is true. It is a true rumor because all it is NVIDIA refreshing the entire product stack. If I recall, the article said that 50 series would have more VRAM and high... That's all a bunch of conjecture. That is not really set in stone, but I don't see why it wouldn't. Because if you compare 20 series and 10 series with 30 series and 40 series, naturally you do see increases in VRAM over time. So, but this is how you can tell. Now let's look at AMD, because AMD basically follows the exact same. Well, we don't even need to look at AMD because AMD does the exact same thing. AMD did RX 6800 XT in 2020, RX 6900 XT in 2020. Then in 2021, they did RX 6700 XT, RX 6600 XT, and RX 6600. And I believe RX 6800 was also here. So AMD did the same thing. And then 2022, AMD did their little supers. RX 6950 XT, RX 6750 XT, RX 6650 XT. So AMD did their little super launches in 2022. See, a lot of people don't know that. People are probably wondering, why is the 6950 XT still readily available? You can still buy a 6950 XT Founders Edition reference card from Microcenter in 2023. Why? Because this card is only a year old. But it is EOL now. All of the RDNA 2 cards are all effectively EOL. I guess there was one that I forgot. Matt always mentions this one, so we will include it. The regular 6700. So that was in 2021. Okay, so 2023, we all know what happened. RX 7900 XTX, RX 7900 XT. So they launched their flagships just like NVIDIA. Then they had this year to fill out the entire stack with RX 7600 and now the RX 7800 XT and the RX 7700 XT. So again, it's the exact same thing. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is off. This is all off. I messed up. RX 7900 XTX. Nobody called me out on this one. I was off by like 1 year. RX 7600, RX 7800 XT, RX 7700 XT. So there. So and that brings us up to today. 8K resolution. I don't think 8K resolution is going to be a thing until like the second half of this decade. You won't hear about 8K really be a thing until like 2027 or 2026, realistically. So that's still a while out. 7950 XTX. If AMD does that, then it will be next year. If they do this, it would be like a super, like what they did in 2022. So I'm not saying they can't do it. I'm not saying they will do it. We don't know. We don't know. They could. They might. You know, who knows? Whatever. Like, it could be a thing, but it's not coming out until next year.
This is no time for distraction.
Because if you guys look at this, look at the gap between the 6900 XT and the 6950 XT. This is like a 12 plus 4 or so. This is like a 16-month gap between those two cards. So you have to go 16 to 18 months if you want to see a super. So this thing launched in December of last year. So it's coming up on 10 months. It's like 9 months old. So, see, the thing is, I don't have any leaks. I'm not someone who has leaks. I'm not someone who has, like, insider information. I am somebody who looks at the past product launches to predict with relative ease how things will play out in the future. Because all you have to do is understand how a product is developed. How a product is developed. This applies to anything. This can be a graphics card. It could be a video game. It could be any product that you want to sell. There's a development time frame from when you start work on developing it. So you go from like phase 1, discovery phase, etc., all the way through the feasibility studies, and then you move into the actual production part of it, or the design part of it, then you do the production part of it, then you start selling it. So if you look at product launches for GPUs, they always operate on a 2-year lifespan. So what I mean by 2 years, well, it's pretty clear to see based on how I've circled this. You can take any 2 years. So in 2020, that was when Ampere was introduced. Well, in 2022, 2 years later, Ada gets introduced. So by that understanding, because if you go further back, the same holds true. When did the 2080 and the 2080 Ti launch? 2018. 2 years before 2020. And when did Pascal launch, aka GTX 1080 and 1070? May of 2016. 2 years before the Turing cards. So again, 2016 was 10 series, 2018 was 20 series, 2020 was 30 series, 2022 is 40 series. Therefore, 2024 is 50 series, and so on. 2026 will be the 60 series, and so forth. So every 2 years, like I said, if you want an NVIDIA flagship or an AMD flagship, your upgrade is always the second half of an even numbered year. This is the mathematical formula. I will write the truth. If you want a next gen flagship GPU, the even numbered year is your upgrade year. There. If you want a next-gen flagship GPU, the even-numbered year is your upgrade year. Guess what? We're in an odd-numbered year. So this is not the year to upgrade to a flagship GPU. I mean, unless you have a super, super old GPU. You know? So this is the year of, like, the mid-range, the high performance. So what I mean by high performance, 7800 XT. Mid-range, 7700 XT. Entry level, 7600. So it holds true. The products that come out this year are the ones for the average gamers, the volume sellers. The vast majority of the market is always on the odd-numbered year. The enthusiasts are always on the even-numbered year. It has become like this. It's been like this basically since 2010, maybe even longer than that. That is the reason why I don't need to listen to leaks. I don't need to watch any kind of like people who claim they have insider knowledge or whatever, because all you gotta do, it's really simple. You just look at what year it is. If it's an even numbered year, that means there's going to be a new flagship in the second half of the year for a GPU. If it's an odd numbered year, that means there's not going to be a flagship. It means it's just going to be a bunch of like mid-range cards that replace the existing stuff. So, anyway, that was, I guess, my secret knowledge on, you know, like what is an upgrade year versus what is what I call an off-season year. I commonly refer to these type of years as what I refer internally to as off-season years. So unless your PC is something from like 3 or 4 years or older, this year is typically a non-upgrade year. Like, upgrade years are usually the even-numbered years. So, but that doesn't mean you can't upgrade on an odd-numbered year. It just means that don't expect to be, you know, wowed by any kind of, like, massive hardware release on an odd-numbered year. Having said all of that, it is interesting, though, that when it comes to gaming, the odd-numbered years tend to be the more interesting years for gaming. Because if you look at the games that are coming out in 2023 compared to the games that came out last year, now last year did have some great games, like Elden Ring, for example, but most of the time, the odd-numbered years are the ones that have the really, really amazing games. Or I guess not only do they have quality releases, but there is a higher quantity of releases. So just something worth mentioning for those that were curious. Hey, Hades. You missed pretty much everything. You show up at the very, very end of the stream. So I guess, yeah, some people were telling me to go into the Discord earlier or something. So I think we're going to end the stream here soon. I didn't really have an agenda with this stream. It just was, I was supposed to play Genshin Impact. I was actually supposed to play Genshin Impact, and I didn't even get a chance to do any of my dailies. That's hilarious. I was trying to do dailies, and the day and night cycle went through so many times that I never even got a chance to do anything. So how about that? So let's try to do some of this before we end the stream.
Happy to oblige. Surprise! Cryo incarnate. Take your true form.
I mean, K Enda makes sense. Kind of makes sense when games are releasing with FSR DLSS.
Over here. Cue the
Oh, that guy like jumped over me.
Let's get this show on the road.
I will say though, Genshin Impact's combat is more fun than Starfield's combat. But maybe it's just because I am a big fan of like these type of action
I'm getting sick of
games. You know what I'm saying? Like,
ship on up. Yeah.
oh wait, she's using the new sword. She's got the sword. I just realized she has Wolf Fang. That's like the new sword. The other sword is basically a metal pipe. The Fleuve Cinder Ferryman? I don't know, it's like a French thing. Kind of makes sense. What do you mean by FSR DLSS though? FSR DLSS, I mean that I wasn't even really factoring that in. What is her stats with this? She has actually really good stats with this thing. But I wonder if she's supposed to wear this because this thing, or use this weapon because this one kind of matches her outfit better. Anyway, we'll just stick with, Oh, did you guys know that Genshin Impact has FSR2? Do you guys see this? Oh, you can't see it because I'm in the way. Hold on. You see that? Genshin Impact has FSR2 of all things. It does not have DLSS because I've tested it on a 4090 and there was no DLSS option. Not that I need FSR2 for this game with a 7900 XTX. I wish there was like a 120 FPS mode in this game, but it's stuck at like 60, 4K. But yeah, that's kind of, it is what it is, sort of thing. I like AMD and Nvidia working with game studios and would know what games are big, is what I'm saying. I don't really think AMD or Nvidia do much in the early parts of the development phase, though. I think they only really approach the developer later in the development cycle. And that's only really if the developer either has a genuine interest in deploying their technology or if the developer is trying to deploy their technology and is running into issues. Then they help out in terms of trying to figure out how to get it working on that game. Man, Genshin's gameplay, though, like, the gameplay of this game is like Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, in a way. So, I can see how Starfield has an uphill battle to try to get in that list for Game of the Year. Even the Intel Arc A770 can run this game at 4K. Yeah, it can. I tested it, yeah. Yeah. The only thing AMD would have done for Starfield is to optimize their drivers earlier on in the dev cycle to give them better performance. Did they, though? See, I don't know. I don't know how much, to what extent AMD actually did anything with Bethesda on this game, on that game. Because normally when you load up a game, if the manufacturer, or I guess the VAR or the vendor, helped, they would actually... Look at this kid. He's all like, I'm fast. You know what? No, you're not. Because I'm an adventurer. Yeah, that's the reason. Even a 290X can run it? Can a 290X actually run Genshin at 4K max settings, though? Do you guys know that Final Fantasy XIV is getting a graphics update for next year? And the minimum spec for Final Fantasy XIV is an RX 480 or RX 580. That's the minimum. Or a GTX 1060. That's considered the minimum spec for Final Fantasy XIV starting next year. Today, that's like the recommended spec. So it's becoming the minimum spec. So they are going to be doing some different stuff next year. I just hope that they don't turn it into I hope they don't use the Forspoken build or the Forspoken engine. Because if they do, that's going to ruin the experience for so many people. Or they're going to have to vastly, like, rework that engine in a way where it doesn't run like garbage. So, I don't know. That's going to be interesting. Ooh, wow, a green? See, this has Spider-Man abilities. This game plays like Spider-Man and Legend of Zelda combined. And it's free to play. See, look, Spider-Man, web swing, web swing. Look at that. Web swing, web swing. I can't believe this game is made in Unity of all things. Like, it's made in Unity. That's what's crazy. They need to fix this quest. They need to quit making it so that you run by a dragon thing and you aggro this serpent guy. Where'd he go? What, he teleported? Oh, I'm gonna de-aggro him because he's like way too far away from his actual base of operations or his spawn point.
Do your master's bidding. Unleash.
You should get Met to... What? Meant to play this, God knows he needs it, like, have fun, small. What? Genshin Impact? I think at this point in time, I have a feeling almost everybody who showed any remote interest in Genshin Impact has probably already tried it at some point, because the game is coming up on a 3-year anniversary soon. But man, it's got some good music. Hold up. Here, let's turn this audio up so you guys can hear this.
Step right up. Stay calm, stay calm. Let's get this show on the road.
I'll protect us. My will embodied. You will regret
Man, this thing's annoying.
Over here.
She doesn't do any damage. She's a healer.
Let the show begin.
Oh, you gotta kill this thing. It's gonna keep on.
And voila!
He threw a Destructo Disc at me. This guy's got Destructo Disc.
Surprise!
This is like some kind of weird optional boss or something. Like,
Take your true form.
is this supposed to be this hard to kill this thing?
By ordinance divine. I'll protect us.
What, the thing follows me?
Now disappear.
Headshot.
A round of applause.
Wow, that thing was really hard to kill. Yeah, you know what's funny about this game, though? This game has co-op. This game literally has co-op. You can co-op with 3 other people. But I feel like most people that have played this game, or most people that have had any remote interest in this game have probably already given it a try. So, because the game has been out for a while. But it is a pretty good game. I mean, if it wasn't a good game, I wouldn't even be playing it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a good game. It's a free-to-play game, too.
Nothing new under the sun. Is that really true?
I mean, the draw distance in the game is pretty far. Like, you can see, it can... I'm still amazed. Every time I just kind of look at the game world as a whole, I'm amazed at how, like, the draw distance is really good, the load times are really good, the combat system's very smooth, there's no stuttering, everything is a smooth, rock, solid 60 FPS. And the game looks pretty good, and it's all made in Unity! Like, really, it's made in Unity. You love to play co-op with friends, but they don't play. Do you play this game? I mean, you can play the game with me. She got frozen while she was trying to run away. That's hilarious. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Wait, what I wanted to do... Hold on, let me... I want to turn it up. This battle... the BGM, this music in this game is so good. This game has one of the best soundtracks of modern gaming.
My will embodied.
Step right up.
In your dreams.
Okay, I think that was the last one. But see, the main reason why I was playing this on this stream, because I don't really want to play Genshin Impact, but the problem is I don't want to fall too far behind to the point where it's one of those things where it's like playing an MMO. If you don't play an MMO for like a month or two, you fall so far behind everybody else that it's so hard to get caught up. And it's the same with Genshin. I don't want to fall so far behind that everybody else is so far ahead of me. Like, I'm supposed to have Fontaine, like, the new nation, which is this water nation up here. I'm supposed to be, like, much further along, because this has been out for, like, what, 2 or 3 weeks or something like that? So I'm so behind that, because I haven't played the story, that I don't want to fall any further behind, because then it will become very problematic. In fact, I think I can upgrade the statue. I got 22 of these, and I need 22. Yeah, offer all of them. I'll get a memory of running stream. Well, let's not offer that yet. I need to get the story progressed before I do anything. See, like, it's just like World of Warcraft. You got exclamation marks on people's heads, and you can have a quest. It's been a while. You think it was 23 or 25? You'd have to download it again on my 23 or 25. What do you mean by 23 or 25? Oh, 23 days or something? Need to lower the volume again.
Ad Astra Abyssop. Thank you for completing.
See, I gotta do my dailies, just like in Monster Hunter World. In fact, I think I'm maxed on everything. Yeah, I'm like maxed. But I just need to do story. But I guess I wasn't able to do that because we're talking a lot about technology, which is totally fine. Level forgot to put that. Yeah, well, it's not a big deal. It's just I need to do... See, there's like all this stuff I gotta do. And there's even a new character. But I don't know if I'm going to even bother getting the new character. So, because the reason why is the new character is a 4-star. And I don't really want to roll on a banner where I already have the 5-star character. Because that goes against my philosophy. But my goal is to collect all the characters. And I don't have this 4-star character. But I'm guessing what will happen is at some point in the future, the 4-star character that I don't have will show up on another banner with a new 5-star character that I need to get. So that's why at this point I just stockpile all my Primo gems and not do anything. So see, I've got like 20 of the standard banner wishes. I'm not even gonna do anything with that. So because they're just doing reruns at this point. I think the next banner will have a new character. You literally can't come back since you started playing day 1 and stopped after a couple months. Well, you can. You're just like way behind because the game started like around here. Mondstadt's like the first zone or the first nation, and then you go to Liyue over here. Then you go story-wise. Then you go to Inazuma, the island nation down here, which has a whole bunch of islands. So this is basically second half 2021, first half of 2022, and then Sumeru was last year. The jungle nation with the desert, this is basically second half of 2022, first half of 2023, and now we're in Fontaine, which is the new nation, the water nation. This one's going to be second half 2023, first half 2024. And then we get the Fire Nation over here to the west, which is going to be second half 2024, first half 2025. Then the Cryo Nation of Snezhnaya up here in second half 2025, first half 2026. So this game has a pretty long runtime in terms of the roadmap. So it's
Mind be purged, world be saved.
Definitely a game that has a long lifespan, for now at least. Game is 67 gigabytes. Yeah. Let's put it this way. The only thing that can pull me away from Genshin Impact is if there was a Final Fantasy 14 expansion, I would go to Final Fantasy 14 over this. Or if there was like a new MMO that was actually worth playing, I would go to that. At least temporarily, because I tried Tower of Fantasy and that was extremely disappointing. You're talking like this is Avatar: The Last Airbender? I mean, it kind of is. Yeah, it basically is when you think about it. The main character is the Avatar. You know what I mean? Like, no joke, really, it is. Star Rail, you know, I actually kind of like Star Rail a little bit more than Genshin right now. Star Rail is actually really fun. In fact, I need to log in and do some Star Rail gameplay. Look at this robot walking around. This guy's probably running on like a Nvidia GPU or something for his AI. Okay, well let's... Here. Yeah, you reminded me of Star Rail. I needed to log in and do my Star Rail dailies. Yeah, let's go to Star Rail then. Here. I'm gonna swap over. Is this it? No, hold on. Wait a minute. That's not what I wanted to do. What happened? Moved it away. Wait, no. Let me mute this. Mute that. Whoa, that's not what I wanted to do either. Okay. Star Rail. Oh, because it's Final Fantasy 14 new expansion. Yeah, I am going to be playing that when that comes out. But see, when that comes out, when Final Fantasy 14 Dawn Trail shows up, that'll be the perfect time because there'll be nothing happening in Genshin, and I think Star Rail will probably be doing a bunch of like reruns or whatever. So I think that will be a good time to pick up or get back into Final Fantasy. Because I am so behind in Final Fantasy. Alright, wait a minute. What happened here? Yeah, where's my... Star Rail? Here's Star Rail. Star Rail? There's Star Rail. Okay. Okay, see, like, this game, to me, this game is like a newer looking Genshin Impact. This game has sharper looking graphics, like the character, like, to me, it seems like the polygon count on the characters is ever so slightly higher density than Genshin, but that could also be the art style, because this game is going for a very heavy anime-inspired look. It looks very anime, whereas Genshin Impact does look very anime too, but Genshin Impact has a more light-hearted kind of, like, I don't know how to describe it. The difference between this game and Genshin in terms of the art aesthetic is Genshin is going for a more, almost like a painting, watercolor, like vibrant color palette look, whereas this game is going for those sharp lines, the dark lines indicating the hair texture, the outfit, everything is like super well defined in this game in terms of the clothing. The environments also look slightly higher res, or I guess higher polygon count than Genshin, but they don't look any like, I'm not trying to say like the environment is next gen, because this totally, like, that broken down building doesn't look next gen at all. That looks like PlayStation 3 era graphics right there with actual 4K textures or 4K resolution. So, but I mean, this game is off the wall, over the top, crazy action. Like, I was surprised how cool this game looks for a turn-based RPG. Like, the way they do the moves and everything, like, it is cool. It's cool. This game's got what I call cool. You know, games have cool, games have style, and games have, you know, whatever. Like, challenge, whatever. This game's got cool. So, like, the most challenging thing in this game is probably the simulated universe. And I literally only have, like, one world with difficulty 4, the highest difficulty level, left for me to do. I basically cleared everything else in the game. Like, there's nothing left for me to do. I've cleared every single world, 1 through 6, up to difficulty 4. So I've only got, like, one thing left to do, which is this. So we might as well, I guess we'll do this on stream, and then I'll end the stream, because the stream is actually really long. It's about to be 3 hours. So let's try, we gotta fight the deer. I don't know how this is gonna go, because I don't have these characters built. So get rid of him, get Kafka, she's better. Get rid of him. Hold on, get rid of all of them. They're all bad. Bring him. Bring Luosha, I guess. Laucha, and then... See, what's with all this quantum? This is like the hardest level in the game. We'll bring Clara and I guess Blade, because he's OP. Actually, you know what? We're going to make Blade stand here. Japard's going to stand in the middle. Clara's going to stand next to him, and then we'll bring Losha. Let's go like that. And then we're going to go with... I guess we're going to go with Remembrance. We're going to try to freeze everyone. This game is more like Baldur's Gate, whereas Genshin is more like Starfield. That's the easiest way I can explain it for those that don't play this type of game. Because it's like, here, it's like I'm choosing my skills. I'm choosing my moves. I'm choosing my special talents or whatever. Alright, here we go. We're doing a mission. Hit this guy in the back.
Savor it for me.
This is what I mean by cool. This game's all about cool.
Your end approaches.
It's all about being an edgelord and doing fancy flips and kicks and moves and stuff. Or you can be a girl that cries all the time and a giant robot built by Nvidia shows up and like saves you. Okay. We'll just take that one, I guess. Because I'm going for remembrance. Increased effective hit rate, that's good. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Somebody who is... You know what? I'm just gonna run past you, pal. I'm gonna hit this thing.
The fight is set. Receive divinity.
Yeah, Star Rail's pretty fun, though. In fact, I probably need to turn this down or turn this up.
Hide.
Character's weakness break efficiency increases. Okay, I'll take that. Let's try for an occurrence. Hopefully it's not something that ends up one-shotting me. Ooh. Alright, I think we've... Flip a card. Obtain cosmic fragments for every success. Enter combat if failed. Current failure rate 25%. Okay, we got it right. And now we're gonna leave because I'm not gonna flip on a 50-50. Yeah, you're pretty late. You missed the whole discussion, pretty much. I'm just doing my weekly at this point for Star Rail. Whatever, lose 100. I'm not gonna fight this thing. It's a waste of my time. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, there's an elite. Okay, we're gonna buff.
I'm with you.
Buff. And Clara is gonna hit him in the face.
Repay. Is that all?
This is 4K native resolution, no FSR. Maxed out. Like that means a lot on this game. This game is actually harder to run
Savor it for me.
than Genshin, in fact. It's actually more demanding. Basically how talk was in Greedia. I mean, that wasn't really, that was part of it, but that wasn't like the whole thing. We basically did the whole like timeline and paint thing for product launches to predict when the next generation of hardware will come out. Do I need to turn this down? It sounds really loud.
A will forged in ice never falters.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna turn down the audio for the combat. Can I actually do that in here? Oh, I like how you can adjust it in here. I'm gonna turn down their voices and their sound effects. And we're gonna leave the music up.
Built to set you. Take that, Clara.
You dare to run it in 8K? Well, I can't do 8K. I mean, I have to turn on like VSR or something and reboot the game.
Receive divinity. The dead return. Hide.
Man, this thing takes so long. You know what? I'm gonna go and get more water. I ran out of water. So I'm gonna go let the AI control everything, and I'll just be back. Because this game is so awesome, it plays itself.
A will forged in ice never falters. Failed to stand you. Underestimating skill that clever. Annihilate. Savor it for me. The dead return. Mission completed. Hide. Will forged in ice never falters. Eliminating threat. Your end approaches. Fail to stand you.
Wow, it's still going. I come back and it's still going.
Forged in ice never falters.
What job did I play in Final Fantasy XIV? So, when I first started, I played a lot of DPS and healer. And then after that, I switched to tanking. So, before I quit playing, I was mostly tanking. So, I usually play either Dark Knight or Gunbreaker. And if I wasn't being a tank, I mean, I also did try Paladin. If I wasn't doing that, what do I want here? I guess we'll just do that. If I wasn't tanking in Final Fantasy, I would either heal as an astrologian or a white mage or a sage. Sometimes scholar, but I had like all four of them. And then if I wasn't doing that, if I was a DPS, I would play as either... I always change up the DPS that I play depending on the expansion. So I played Reaper to complete the Endwalker story. But I played... What was my... I think it was Reaper, Monk, and Machinist. And then I played Black Mage as the caster. Tank is the easiest role. Although, I mean, it has some challenges, but tank is, man, like... Tank is so... This is actually pretty okay. That one's actually pretty okay. That one's kind of eh. This guy is the most edgelord looking character in the game. Like, look at that bandage on the hand. This is what you call an edgelord. He even has a bandage on his pants. Like, why? And I just now realized there's one on his sleeve. He's got a bandage on his sleeve, on his pants, and his hand. And he's wearing a glove on the other hand. This is an edgelord. This is a paladin. This is a paladin from Final Fantasy XIV who basically quit Final Fantasy to go play Star Rail. He quit his job to go work at Star Rail. Then we have some girl who is homeless because she doesn't have any shoes. And then there's a dude who... What I call this guy the long hair because he's got like really long hair for a guy. He's got like super long hair actually. It's very effeminate and womanly. It's very womanly, this guy's hairstyle. You did the complexity. Oh, maybe I should do like a character thing. You guys remember when I did the character thing in Genshin? Waterboy, Fireman. You don't remember that stuff? Maybe we should do... This is Edgelord, Paladin, homeless girl, womanly man, or I guess womanly hairstyle man, or a man with womanly hair. I don't know how to describe that. Whatever. We have detective. She looks like a detective because of the jacket that she's wearing. She looks like she works for like the FBI or something. And then we have, I just now realized the character looks at the screen. They look at the screen as you, that's weird. I didn't know they did that. They must have patched the game for them to do that, because I don't remember them doing that in the past. But anyway, that's kind of creepy. I don't know what she is. She's edgelord girl. Then there's random guy. There's she looks like she's from Cowboy Bebop. I guess she's like a space cowgirl hunter thing. Demon hunter. I don't know. We got demon hunter with sunglasses. She's got sunglasses. We got ice boy, deer man, soldier girl, general with the general that needs a haircut. Cyborg. Like, he's got like a metal arm. I don't know what to say. He looks like a, what do you call this? Is this a hipster? Like, what is this? This is a hipster boxer. I don't know what this is. This is just like a really interesting outfit though. And then you got some guy who quit his job at Persona 5 to work at Star Rail. And then you have hacker girl, doctor girl or nurse woman, fox girl or fox woman, fox girl. You got fox girl number 2. Ningyu, what is it? This is like a doll girl or something. She literally has, like, look at her legs. She has the ball joints of a doll. She isn't even like she isn't even an anime character. She's an actual action figure in an anime game. They look all the same to you. Full Metal Alchemist? What? Okay. Scientist? She looks like she has she looks like a regular employee at a company because she's got like a employee badge. And then you have Amnesia, rocker, punk rocker, kid with a big hat who lives in the north where it's cold, I guess. I don't know, librarian. I don't know, like what does she do for a living? I can't even tell. Like, she looks like she's a gambler. She's a gambler. She's from Vegas, I guess. I don't know. And then this guy looks like a kid who aspires to be an edgelord / Twitch streamer someday. And then you've got a swindler / scammer. That's basically what this is. So that's the cast. They look all the same. Did anybody die? No, I don't think so. Alright, let's talk to Herta. Herta, I need you to give me some stuff here. Like, I want to buy like a cosmic fragment because I don't have ones I need. Characters gain a shield when they apply frozen. Characters regenerate energy when they apply frozen. I'll take the shield because I think we're gonna need that. There we go. Now I summon the power of the demons. Child with a big... What? Child with a big hair is... What, is that hair? I can't read the... Child with a big heart? What? Or big hat? Oh, child with a big hat. Man, YouTube needs to move the little heart symbol. Like, get that thing away from the... I can't see the word. It cuts off the word. Did I forget to summon somebody? Oh, I forgot to summon a new character. Whoops, I could have added another character to the group. Oh well. Whoopsie, that means we're basically down somebody. We'll just have to keep going with what we have. That's not good, actually. I messed up. We'll have to freeze them to death with this thing. The power of the demons.
Your end approaches. Savor it for me.
But see, the thing about Star Rail is competition for Starfield, as far as I'm concerned, because this is a sci-fi game, Starfield is a sci-fi game. One game is relatively easy to run, another game is relatively challenging to run on a system. Both games came out in 2023. This game is turn-based, the other game is not. It's a shooter, essentially it's a third-person or first-person shooter. They're both single-player games. They're both about space exploration, although Starfield does have much more diverse environments to visit, although this game will add more over time. So it's an interesting comparison between the two. One is heavily anime-inspired, the other is not. Characters restore HP when inflicting weakness break. I like that one. This game kind of seems up my alley. I do like these turn-based. Yeah, this game is basically Persona 5, only like in space. All right, let's do this. Use that. Mercy of a Fool. Whoa, he almost like fell off the platform. He needs to watch out. Whoa, there's someone with a walk it out. What is this? Oh, I shot him in the back. Get him. Can we do it? Freeze them all. Summon the power of the demons. Elon Musk turning on AI is summoning the demon. He literally said that. We've summoned the demons now. Man, this game's music is not, in my opinion, this game's music is not quite as diverse as Genshin's, although this game's music is also really good. I really think, like, for a sci-fi game, the team that did the music for Star Rail were spot on with, like, science fiction battle music, because they know how to do it. It's just fits. It's just so good. Let's put it this way. This game's soundtrack is a lot better than Starfield's soundtrack. As far as I'm concerned. Starfield isn't really going to win any awards in terms of music. Like, I don't know what that game's going to win in terms of awards. You guys think Starfield's going to win any major awards at the BGA? I can see this game is going to win Best Mobile Game. And that thing got away because the AI was dumb. I should have manually piloted this. Man, that paladin just like crushed that guy while he was down. The lower the character's HP, the higher the defense. When the character breaks an enemy, yeah, let's go with the delay their action. Best narrative, maybe? Oh, okay, maybe. Are you sure, though? Because the thing is, I feel like there's a lot of other games that might win best narrative. Uh-oh. See, I don't have a stealth. I'm gonna have to shoot him in the... There, get that.
Your end approaches.
Blade is so edgelord. I mean, if the name Blade wasn't already edgelord enough, I don't know what is. But the dude with the green, like the dark hair, who like cuts himself on the far left of the screen there, that's Blade. His name's Blade, for those that didn't know. He's 100% certified edgelord. This is so edgelord. That one move that he does. Look at that. Look at that. And then he revenge slashes them when they're frozen. That's totally how an edgelord fights. They'll kick him while they're down. They're frozen in carbonite, and he'll just slash at them while they're frozen. Yeah, that's how an edgelord fights. Oh man, but see, this game, if you guys like One Piece, Naruto, Dragon Ball Z, like this game is so like heavily inspired by those stories in certain ways. There's just too many like who would win, Goku versus Vegeta, sort of scenarios in this game. Like, who would win, Dan Hung or Blade? Or a Kafka standing there like Vegeta. And it's like Goku versus Nappa, but it's like Dan Hung versus Blade. And it's like, who would actually win? And then, oh, by the way, Kafka's just standing there in the middle, like Vegeta, saying, wow, cool. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, this game is over the top. Alright, we're going Aeonian River for the 2nd level buff. We're going for our tier 2. I don't know. I think I'm going to avoid the encounter because I don't have an extra character if something goes south. We're going to need Clara to blast him in his face again. Why do you have a reference card pick in the bottom left corner? To indicate that we're on a 7900 XTX. Because people always ask. People always ask me if I don't explicitly state in the title what GPU I'm using. Everybody always asks. There'll always be somebody who comes into the chat and they're like, "What GPU are you using?" Even though it's literally in the video description. If I explicitly state what computer I'm using, or if I explicitly state it in the title, then I won't have that there. Oh no, I'm using the Nitro. This is on the Nitro, but I'm just using the XTX reference because it's easier to just use that as the picture. Because not everybody knows what the Nitro looks like, but I think most people recognize the XTX reference card. But it's actually the Nitro. You should make it larger. Well, if I make it larger, it will cover up, like... If I make it larger, won't it cover up the you know, like the character in the bottom left of the screen there? Okay, I guess we'll take this one. Oh, I forgot. I messed up. I'm making mistakes. I forgot to take the buff refill. Now I'm gonna fight this big boy who's souped up with Sith power, and I only have 2 buffs. So we're gonna have to take this, and we're going to have to do this, and then we're gonna have to punch him with Japar. He's gonna Falcon punch him in the face. There, or gut punch him, yeah. Alright, get him frozen, boys. Freeze him again. Aeonian River. It's perfect size. Yeah, because I don't want it to cover up the character's HP bar and stuff on the bottom left.
Receive divinity.
Hold on, turn this down a little bit. Turn the... We'll just do that. Every time your brain ignores it, you realize it's there because you mentioned it. But see, this is what I'm talking about, like Starfield, when you start combat in Starfield, there's no like crazy like music that starts playing. You know what I'm saying? Like in this game, you know you're in a battle because the music just starts going in the background. It's like in Starfield, the music changes when you're in combat, but it's not the same sort of music that really like excites you. It's like you're just kind of like, okay, you know, there's some enemies around shooting at me now. The thing is, this thing keeps on like, here, let's just mute this. Let's make this louder actually. Why are they killing those little minions? They should just be attacking the main guy. He's just gonna keep summoning more of them. The AI is really, like, terrible right now. Maybe I should manually drive. I feel like I'm an airplane pilot, and I'm letting the plane fly itself. And it's just doing a bad job. See, that guy already got out of the frozen status so fast. Okay, good. See, luckily Japard is here, because he can keep freezing that guy. Watch, he's gonna do his thing, and then he's gonna summon some guys. Unless he keeps getting interrupted. That's hilarious. Man, right now, so we're kind of struggling with this fight because Blade doesn't do much damage to this enemy because the enemy's not weak to wind. It's not weak to imaginary either. That's hilarious. Then, Savrog will counter back. She'll do her thing. Damage reduction, tanking. Why did he do that? Oh, because the guy's frozen? Aeonian River got on him? That's funny. Okay, I'm taking over. I'm taking manual control. This is so dumb. Alright, we're taking over. This is stupid. I'm gonna drive. First of all, why are you not attacking the guy in the middle? Like, why are you targeting these minions? They don't do anything. They're just gonna respawn. Because Clara will just punch him in the face with the laser cannon. That's why. And he'll just get mad at them at some point. Just hit everybody. Alright, here we go. I'm manually piloting now. I'm taking control. This is, like, ridiculous. Look at that guy. He's frozen in midair. That guy's frozen in midair. See? That's why they don't even need to do any of that stuff. Just hit him with this. He's gonna attack. Who cares? Now Blade's gonna get mad at him and just do this. Cue that up. Then he hits him again. The guy gets frozen. Then he does his thing. See, this is why the AI doesn't know how to do these advanced tactics. It just, like, does its thing over and over again. Keep freezing this guy. He's gonna hit me. Okay, who cares? Now we're gonna freeze him. Using the power of the gods. She's gonna scream. And then he does his thing. Damage reduction. I literally have two tanks. I have a pseudo tank and I have a full tank. The paladin's a full tank. The girl is like a pseudo tank. Like, she can kind of tank. Man, this is so long because they were attacking the wrong target. Freeze him. He self-damages himself. That's the reason why the healer guy has to keep healing him. See, I knew he would summon more guys. Okay. Just have to keep doing this. This is so long. Oh, man. Yes, they got refrozen. It's hilarious. He's gonna get hit from Clara's Guardian. Every time she gets hit, she basically counters. This game has no sense of balance. Like, she counterattacks basically every single thing. See, it's counterattack. He got frozen. Oh, attacking me? Okay, well, I probably should have put Clara between Japard and Blade, because that probably would have been a more strategic move. And we put the shield up again so they can't do any damage. This is basically like, this is a tank team versus a tank enemy, so that's the reason why it's going so slow. 86,000 damage. What? I got frozen again. Alright, well, I'm gonna go back to auto because now it's like he can't really do much now. You hope this is the final boss. This is not the final boss. This is just some regular random mid-boss. Where I messed up is I forgot to add another character so I would be able to use a more diverse party. The problem is this guy. Oh, please. Every time he summons these guys, I have to go back to manual because... Wow. See, it's like tank versus tank. You can completely ignore those guys because Clara will just, like, fire back at them with Sarog's hand laser. And they can't even fight back. It's hilarious. All I gotta do is kill the guy with the big shield. As soon as the guy with the big shield dies, everybody else, like, dies. They all just explode, so... That's why all you gotta do is attack the guy in the middle. Ignore all the other ads. He's finally almost dead. Freeze him again. So he loses his turn again. Oh wow, he got back out of there quick. Oh, he powered up. Okay. And that guy he came back out of his thing and died. He died to a dot. And now this guy's gonna get countered in the face. It's like he counters me, I counter him. And then Blade gets mad and just does his, like, he lashes out at them as an edgelord. Then he gets attacked for that, but then he builds up another charge. This is so, like, what? This game has no sense of balance. It's like all these characters are very broken. Okay, we're gonna take the Remembrance one because we want to apply disassociation to them. Reduces this, I guess. Alright, let's take that while we can. That's not super great, but it's not terrible. That's not that good. Okay, now I definitely want to add another character. And because I see a lot of Quantum, I'm going to grab either... It's either going to be... Well, Zila is going to be needed. For sure. Edgelord Girl is definitely needed. Kafka might also be needed, but I think we're going to need Zila more than the others. In fact, I might need to add another tank. I think we're like, I really messed up because I don't have the right build for this going into this thing. We're gonna take more HP, I guess. Interesting comments in the last video about render resolution being at 75%. They seem to be upset about it. Well, I mean, that's too bad because that's ultra preset. And that's higher than FSR quality. FSR quality is actually 66% resolution. Or 67%. It's 66.666 repeated. It's basically 2/3. So this is 3/4 resolution. Consume 10 fragments. Tempting. We'll take the tantalizing, I guess. Oh, that's not the right one. Try again. Okay, we'll try this one. I'll just take the combat. Well, yeah, I'll take the combat one. Alright, see, like here. Is this guy weak to Blade? Uh-oh, no, don't come over here. Alright, I need to get Blade out and get Zila in because... And we're gonna have to move them around. Lucia stands here. Yeah, we want Zila away from the tank. In fact, actually, if I'm going to line them up like this, I want Japard here, Clara there, and yeah, like that. Yeah, the Ultra Preset turns FSR on, so. Alright, for this fight, let's just hit them with the cannon. This is gonna be 2 battles in one. But see, look, now that I have her in, I think I have her stuff equipped. I have to double check. I hope she's got all her equipment, because if she's not wearing her equipment, this could be really bad. We did get some significant buffs, so we are dealing a lot more damage now after gaining those abilities. This is basically, for those that don't know, this is the equivalent of going into the hyperbolic time chamber. The simulated universe. They're in the simulated universe training. That's basically what this is. Or it's like that simulation training room in the Shinra building in Final Fantasy VII. Wow. Second battle, they all got frozen. Man, Japard is doing really good. This guy's doing his job as a tank. He's just tanking everything. Shielding all of them, pulling the aggro. And then they go on Clara and try to attack her, and it's like, okay, whatever. I'd actually prefer that, because then Savrog will just blast them with his hand blaster. Clara is basically Grogu from The Mandalorian, and Savrog is Mando himself. So it's like 2 characters in 1 character. This frozen build is very OP. Like, they keep getting frozen. It's like, they get out of the frozen, they get back into the frozen. They don't even get a chance to do anything. It's great. Totally fair and balanced. That guy got unfrozen and then got refrozen. This guy is like, I'm out. This guy's like, I'm out too. Okay. That was wonderful. Alright, I'm gonna grab the middle one because it's a blue. And then we're gonna take the other blue in the middle. And we finally get our final ability of Frozen Power. This is the God of Frozen. The Frozen Throne. Alright, when entering the resonance, enters the thing. When enemy becomes frozen, path generates energy. When using path resonance, there is a high chance of reducing all... I'm gonna go with this one, actually. Well, actually... When entering a battle, regenerates energy. When an enemy becomes frozen, path you know what? Let's take this one. Let's try this one. Even though reducing the resistance is actually really good, because the bosses might have really high resistance. We'll go with this one, though, and see how well this works out. I don't expect to pass this test because I already kind of messed up. So, let's see. Well, I have a tank. I have a healer. The deer... This is the boss. It's a giant deer. And it's weak to fire, frost, and quantum. So, I've got quantum. I've got frost. I do not have fire. How far am I from the boss? Is he come? Oh, the boss is next. Okay, that means I don't need Kafka. So, but I kind of think that Clara would do really good. I honestly feel like the group that I have is already really good. We're gonna bring Himiko just in case. Just in case. Alright, let's level up all of our abilities. Wait, dealt when dissociation is removed plus 20%? After a character inflicts weakness break, there is a 100% chance to ignores frozen rage. Okay, that one sounds really good. Receives 15% less damage when the player character are hit. Damage taken by all is distributed equally. Well, I think we'll go with... When the character inflicts weakness break on an enemy, there is a 100% chance to apply disassociation. Disassociation means the enemy is considered frozen and will be unable to act after freeze is removed. Deals additional damage. This effect ignores enemies' chance to resist frozen. That is really good. We're going to go with that one. And then we can still upgrade another one. It also receives damage equal to this. I think we're going to go with the AoE one. Increased by 20%. After the character uses their ultimate, there's a 70% chance for ice weakness. There's a... The frozen had their speed reduced by 30. I think we're going to go with this one so that we get more damage spread across all of the enemies. All right. Okay, this is it. Boss fight time. It recommends fire, ice, and quantum. I've got quantum and ice. I'm missing fire. Clara is really good, though, but I think we're going to risk it. We're going to risk it. She has done so well. We're probably going to have to bring in Himiko. Just because... Yeah, we're going to have to bring her in. Now, who is the... Okay. She is maxed out level 80, everything maxed. He's level 70. She has less HP. She has more defense, though, so I'm going to keep it like this. And then Zila, does she have all her things? Okay, so she could do better, but we're going to go with this. This is it. I don't know if this is going to work, but we're going to try it. Impair. And then hit him. This is it. I've never cleared this before. This will be a world's first clear if I'm able to get through it. We're going to let AI drive for the beginning, for first phase. Okay, we got the first break, 10,000 damage. He got frozen. He got hit with Aeonian River. He's feeling sick now. That deer doesn't like it. He's calling animal abuse. He's saying this is animal abuse. He summons some plants. He declares animal abuse and summons some plants. Okay, pulls up that ice wall. You can't touch us. They got frozen plants. Winter's early. She goes, send him into the Shadow Realm. Here we go. Bam. 42%. He doesn't like it. Lightning bolts. Nature bolts. Hit them with the horns. Frozen. Down to 37. Here we go. Disassociation. Hit him again. Bam. Oh, man. He's going down 28%. He summoned some plants. He's not a happy camper. Zila's going in. You're narrating like it's a soccer match. Really? What? Attack. Counter. Daunting smile. He's going up with the frozen. Throws up that wall. Here we go. Wall number 2. Lucia hits him with the dead returns. Summons up those zombie spirits. Zila tries to send him in the Shadow Realm. He resists at 1% HP. Himiko blasts them with fire from the past. Bam, with that frozen. Here we go. We're going into phase 2. Phase 2. Himiko's like, oh, you know what? Get this. GPS satellite locked on. Blast him with a nuke. Here we go. He summons 4 plants in retaliation. They all have ionizing radiation. So we got to keep our distance. That dosimeter's going off. That thing's countering and glowing with radioactive energy. Lucia says, we need some ice walls. We need some cement cinder blocks. He got hit with a lightning bolt. Slashed up. Attack boost. Damage buff. Uh-oh. This doesn't look good. Whoa. Himiko taking damage. I might have to go into manual mode. She's going into man. Oh, this doesn't look good. Lucia, get that thing up quick. This is no joke. Drone attack. Bam, freeze them all. Oh yeah, here we go. Hit him. Drone attack number 2. Refreeze. He's gonna go for a. He's gonna break this one. Alright, I'm gonna have to manually drive because this is proving way more challenging than I thought. Alright, Lucia's just gonna stab him in the face. Refreeze them. Bam. Zila's going in. Himiko's going in. Oh, took big damage. Big 92k damage right there. Big, big damage. He did not like that. Freeze him up. Give me that wall. Alright, Zila's going in. Take him to the Shadow Realm. She's glowing. She's glowing with anime power. This is anime power. Look at that dark power. She's overclocked to the max. Here we go. Slash him up. 31%. He pokes him. She hits him with that. He gets up. He's like, I'm not done yet. He's summoning up power. Oh boy, but you know what? Himiko sits down. She just sits down and starts drinking coffee. And she's like, you know what? I know where you live. I have a GPS satellite locked on your position. Bam! Oh my gosh, to 11,000 damage. Look at that. Shadow Realm time. Freeze him. Freeze him, yeah. Oh, he got frozen thrown. Okay, Lucia's going. He's like, you know what? I have a coffin behind me. So guess what? The dead returns. Himiko, she's gonna say, well, she's like, do I want to use the buzzsaw? Do I want to give you a haircut? Or do I want to slap you in the face? She's gonna slap him in the face. He summons up some... He's got like he's got a golden tree, he's got a burning bush, he's got sakura plant, and he's got a weed over there on the left. Alright, let's blast him with some ice. Cold snap. Refreeze. It's long winter. El Nino year. Here we go. Drone attack. Fire them. Burn them up. Put up that ice wall. Man, this is actually an awesome battle. This is very action-packed. She's gonna blast him to the Shadow Realm. Oh, wow. Nuclear launch. Alright. It got unfrozen. Guess what? You know what they came out? Refreeze them? Yeah. He's going to phase 3. Final phase. This is going to be scary. He's got a lot of power. She's going to hit him with that. Nuclear launch detected. She's not going to get a lot of breaks, but she's going to have to go with this one. I'm actually really glad I decided to bring Himiko along, because I don't know how I would have done this with Clara. I don't think it would have worked, to be honest. Lucia really needs to power up. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. The healer is about to die. But Japard the Paladin is like, you shall not pass. He puts that shield up, but that might not be enough. We really need Lucia to get some power. This is not looking good. That thing has resistances. This is not good. Alright, I'm gonna have to try to... Who's next? This one? I need to check what they do. Unremovable, increases damage dealt. This effect is stackable. That is not good. What does this one do? This is the same thing. What does this one do? Are they all the same? Ooh, they're all buffing the boss. Alright, kill one of them. Or try to kill one of them. Get dissociation on them. Break one of them if you can. Lucian needs to heal himself, actually. Alright. And then I need to freeze all of them. Oh, he resisted it! The boss actually resisted it. This is not good. And Japard is in a weird, like... He's not in a good state. Ooh, that hurts. That hurts. This could end really, really bad. What does this do? They all do this. What does this one on the end do? All they do is increase the damage? Alright, kill this one if you can. Oh man, that was close. Okay. Japard came back. He's still, like, doesn't know who he is. Alright, see if we can get rid of these things. If I use this, I don't have a... Alright, she's gonna have to go for that. That triggers Himiko. And then go for this. Hit him hard. Alright, now I need to heal him to get him out of that so I can get my wall back up. Because he was mind controlled. And then we need to hit them again with the ice. Ooh, that was good. Build a skill point. We're low on skill points. Ooh, he's down to 18%. This could be game. It's gonna be close. He's down to 14. 100% of brain power. Ooh, this is not good. He's still alive. I feel like I... Alright, I'm gonna go for that. Uh-oh, uh-oh. That might have been the mistake. Uh-oh. Alright, we need to get him to quickly do this. Ooh, that's not good. Lucia died. I lost my healer, and Himiko is almost dead. So I think we got him. We're probably gonna lose. I'll probably lose this. I don't think we can get out of this unless I can somehow... Unless I can bring him to 0 in time. Let's see. Maybe I can freeze him to death. Oh, that was so close. Oh man, the ice god basically made us win. Ooh, that was close. I lost my healer in the middle of that fight, like right there at the end. Lucia died. This guy was the healer, and he straight up just died. The other three barely survived, and the only reason why they survived was because she's level 80, she's level 80. They're basically maxed out. This guy's level 70, but he can go to 80, and he's a tank. So he's got really good defense. But he was mind-controlled, so I couldn't actually issue commands to him. If I hadn't won right there and then, I would have lost, because this guy was mind-controlled, so like he couldn't put up his shield. She was about to die. She had like 27 HP, and Zila is a squishy DPS. So she's basically a Reaper from Final Fantasy with her scythe. So it's like, yeah, that was really close. And I don't have any way to loot this, so... Unless I have... No. Alright, whatever. Okay, well that was a relief. I managed to get through. $7,500 points. And this was the winning team that did it. That's not super great. That's okay. This actually has really good... This has amazing substats. Except the primary stat is HP, which is not that great. Unless it's going on Blade or somebody. Wow. That was... See, that's the sort of thing. What just happened was basically like when you clear a really tough boss fight for the first time. Because that was the first clear I've ever done on that. And I can't believe that was actually done live, while live streaming. Because that was the very last fight. Highest difficulty level, World 7, difficulty level 4. It goes all the way from 1 to 4. That was the highest difficulty, and I managed to get it. Wow. So I've basically cleared everything now. Like, I've cleared all of these. There's nothing left. Herta's store. I want to get one of these, but I'll need to get up to 11,200 points to get this thing, then I can trade that in. That looked fun. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, the gameplay of Star Rail is actually really... They have the right amount of challenge, and the gameplay loop is fun and engaging enough that it's actually a really good game. Like, I really think Star Rail is the best mobile game of the year. Like, it's not going to be game of the year, but it is impressively good game. It is a high quality game. Good art, good music, great music actually. Good graphics for what it is. It can run on phones and tablets. It's on iOS, it's on Android, it's on PC. It's going to be on PlayStation 5 soon. So it's getting there. Like, it's yeah, it's a surprisingly good game. When you get time, can you explain the ultra setting automatically dropping render resolution and how that doesn't make the game at 4K redundant? As one reply, I don't understand their issue. I don't understand their issue either, because it's the thing is, it is output at 4K, but it is achieving 4K via upscaling, essentially. So it's doing it at 75% resolution though. So what that 75% does is it basically takes 75% of 4K, uses that as the native frame internally in the game engine, and then it applies a second pass to upscale the image to 4K. That's all it's doing. That's essentially, that's basically how FSR and DLSS do their thing. So I don't understand where the disconnect is there. If it was FSR quality, it would be 66% on that slider. But not everybody knows that. So nothing really more to say on that. I'll look at it later. I don't really think there's any reason to respond to those sort of comments. Well, that was a relief. I'm actually completely cleared on Simulated Universe now in Star Rail. So mean there's nothing left for me to do in this game except the story content, and there's a lot of story content. I have 9 days to do Orium, Allies, Hustle and Bustle. This is 9 days left, and you get a free Sushang. Basically, if you do the event, you get Sushang as a character. This is what I mean by if you play the game long term, you don't even have to spend any money, and you basically just get stuff just by playing the game. So, because you'll randomly collect the characters off the standard banner and the character banner. So, alright guys, that's probably going to be it for the stream. Hope you guys found that interesting. I might do another stream this weekend. I don't know, depending on if time permits. I'll probably try to show some Starfield gameplay, because I was going to try to show Starfield, but we got too bogged down in Genshin and Star Rail. But I still really need to get caught up on the story in both of these games. So, or at least I need to do the 9-day remaining event, this one here. I'll have to do this at some point. So, some point soon, because I do want to do the event because I want these rewards. I want the free Sushang, because if I get the Sushang, then my Sushang will be maxed out on C5. So she basically gets like free talents up. So that's why. So yeah, like 5 stars have no constellation. 4 stars, you try to get their constellations if possible. So yeah, try to get their constellations. This one's C6. She got full maxed out. 3 on her, 5 on Herta. I just need them to give me another world, and then Herta is maxed out. Then I'll probably build her. Then she's maxed out. She's almost maxed out. So, like I said, like you just play the game, and you just get all the stuff over time. So, anyway, guys, that's going to be it for the stream. Hope you found that interesting, and I will catch you guys in the next one. Thanks.